Everyone, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting for Monday, August 14th. If you could all be, please be seated. I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take roll call.
Member Anderson?
Present.
Member Newnenkamp?
Present.
Member Russell?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Present.
Member Woodward?
Present.
Mayor Sierra?
Present.
All 6 members are present.
Thank you. First item for the evening is the appointment of a new City Council member to fulfill the requirements of our city charter. This is the at-large council member vacancy seat that was made open last month. And Member Woodward, I see that your light's on. Is there anything that you want to state prior to fulfilling the seat, or just left it on?
Well, I did listen to the tape that there was one person that I could not hear or wasn't able to hear because my earpiece wasn't working. So I did listen to that on YouTube, and I continue with the same opinion that I had last week.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Mayor Pro Tem.
I do have one sort of procedural question before we make a decision here tonight. And that is in regards to the way we conducted this process. We interviewed 4 applicants. We excluded 2 of them because they actually sat on P&Z during the Code Next positions. But it's also come to my attention that one of our applicants testified regarding Code Next at the P&Z hearing. So if our city attorney is available, I would like to make sure that we don't fall into the same problem we had with the 2 applicants that we already excluded, where 1 council member may need to recuse and we're left with 6 even number voters.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. City Attorney, did you catch that?
Yes, that's actually what I was out in the hallway discussing with one of the candidates. We received an email earlier today that says one of the candidates may have a conflict in weighing in on Code Next. And so I didn't know what it was, so I was just asking what it was. And apparently one of the candidates did speak during public comment at Code Next, just to weigh in on the process and on the project. But that's all I know, and that was just the information that I got out in the hallway.
Yeah, City Attorney Neal, I guess the question at hand is just whether or not, we potentially excluded 2 candidates of the 4 that we interviewed last Wednesday night for being part of the vote. Do we have to have the same concerns for someone that testified during the P&Z meeting that night? Yes. Members of the public, if you could please keep to yourself at this moment.
Well, we have 2 instances. One where someone is required to recuse themselves, such as if they already voted on it and weighed the evidence and issued a quasi-judicial decision or recommendation to City Council in this case. And we determined that would definitely require recusal. I think this one is more of a judgment call. It's not as black and white as that. And I haven't seen the exact comments. If someone were to comment and say, this should be approved, I've heard all the evidence, I've decided it should be approved, you need to approve it, I think that would warrant recusal. But without knowing the actual comments themselves, I can't say for sure one way or the other. One reason I'm reaching that conclusion is that City Council has weighed in on some of these issues and given some opinions on housing density, for example, and considered some of these issues as well and made public statements maybe for or against. But I always advise, when in doubt, we want to not even get near the line. So if there's a question whether or not someone should recuse, I always recommend that they do.
Thank you, City Attorney Nels. Member Russell.
Thank you. it had come to my attention that this candidate testified in favor, under oath, in favor of Code Next. I believe that that would create a conflict of interest. And so, anyway, I think that's very problematic. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? Member Nunekamp?
I think it's obviously very important that we get this right. We need a full council to represent the citizens of the city to make the decisions that we have to make in the next 2.5 months. Is it possible that we go into a brief recess so that the city attorney can actually review the comments so we can have a better informed decision? Because it seems like right now we don't have the information we need to make this decision.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I would support that.
Member Russell?
I would not be in favor of that at all, and I'm going to tell you why. We messed up this process from the very beginning, and we chose 4 candidates. We eliminated 15 candidates. Did anyone respond to Kayleen McCrum's question to council about the merits on which we determined the finalists?
I did reach out, but did not receive a response.
I did as well, Member Russell, and I did receive a response from her.
Okay, and can you share what you shared with her?
Well, it is in my council email, so I'll just note that it's a public record, but my response was lengthy and basically summed up the process by which we reviewed the applicants and determined that we were going to interview 4 applicants. That involved each of us who chose to participate in the nomination process, naming 3 top applicants, finishing that round with a pool of 8 applicants, and then eliminating 4 of those 8 applicants based upon who received more than 1 council recommendation for interview. I explained that in email to her. I also noted that we received a large number of very well qualified applicants, but because of the need for expediency in the process and the charter requirement that we fill this seat within 30 days, we didn't feel like we could conduct interviews of everyone who applied. So we ended up with the 4 candidates that we interviewed. And I think I managed to explain that well enough for her to understand and for her to note that there was some sort of logical consistency to the process that we used.
I appreciate that, because I do believe the people here this evening have a right to know that as well. So thank you very much for sharing that.
Thank you. Anyone else against having a short recess while this city attorney knows?
I just don't know how short it's going to be, given that public comment was quite long. So it might take some significant time to locate the comment and listen to it.
Thank you, City Attorney Niles. Member Anderson.
I'm supportive of taking the recess and looking at the comments.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I could posit an alternative that we move into the study session, recognizing that we will not be able to include whoever we ultimately choose but haven't chosen yet in the study session. The other alternative is to see if this matters to anybody or the vote changes. We can just do a straw poll right now and see if we have consensus over who.
The latter was my thought as well, Mayor Pro Tem. We would have to get a motion on the table in order to have that straw poll, would we not?
Probably, yeah.
Wouldn't be so strong.
In that case, I'll move Joel Moore as the candidate that I chose during the interview process.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
I'll second that.
Go ahead. Thank you, Member Woodward. Any discussion? Member Russell?
I will not be supporting that out of deference to the other 14 people who were not given due process. So I will not be in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? Member Nunekamp? Go ahead.
I feel like we don't have all the information that I would like to be having at this moment. I'm going to stay with my first choice from the study session last week, but I would prefer that we had information from the city attorney before we make this final decision.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Member Anderson?
I will be a no on this particular motion in the interest of finding out more information and with a desire to stick with my first choice in the study session as well.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to note that all of the candidates that we received would, I believe, do an admirable job. For me, the sticking point is the Codenex process. I don't want there to be any lack of clarity in the political authority of any council member who votes in the Codenex process, and as such, I had to, the same way I eliminated Brenda and Tina, go with Joel rather than PJ. I didn't know about the testimony. I don't watch the P&Z meetings. There's a reason why I don't watch the P&Z meetings, and it's because when I am conducting business on the dais, I want to view everything from a fresh set of eyes, taking in only the information that I received during the public hearings. So for that reason tonight, I went with Joel, supporting Joel, and that's all. PJ, awesome interview. Thank you for putting your time into the process.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Based on, it looks like we may not have enough votes in order to move forward with but we still need to conduct a vote. So without any further comments, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Nay.
Member Noonan-Camp?
Nay.
Member Russell?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Nay.
Let the record show 4 nays, 2 ayes, the 4 nays being Member Anderson, Member Noonan-Camp, Member Russell, and Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Thank you so much, City Clerk. We're at a standstill at the moment. Sounds like we need to give more time to our City Attorney Niles in order to fully go through their vote. So, Member Anderson?
I would like also to, I believe council has a policy on conflict of interest or an ethics policy that we should review as well. And then also charter requirements on voting absent an official conflict of interest. I believe that if this doesn't meet the standards for an actual conflict of interest, there's a requirement to vote. So I want to know exactly what the definition of a conflict of interest is according to our ethics policy, so that we can make sure that if it doesn't meet that standard, then there would be a requirement to vote.
Yes, I'm happy to weigh in. We have an ethics code in Title I, Chapter 11 of Inglewood Municipal Code. A conflict of interest is defined as someone has a personal right or monetary interest in a piece of legislation. We don't have any reason to believe that there's a conflict of interest in this case, and we're solely looking at if someone gave public comment in a public hearing in a matter that will now come before City Council. So that would fall under, instead of a conflict of interest, the appearance of impropriety provision in Inglewood Municipal Code 1-11-7. It says an appearance of impropriety is created when the representative of the city may take a direct official action that, although not constituting a conflict of interest, will create a reasonable perception that the representative's ability to carry out official duties with integrity, impartiality, and competency is impaired. And then it gives some examples of what could create an appearance of impropriety. It includes when the representative will be called upon to consider taking official action of a quasi-judicial nature, and this is adoption of legislation, so it's not quasi-judicial, but the city representative has previously and publicly expressed an opinion, position, or bias. So again, adoption of the land use code is not quasi-judicial. So that's not one of the examples which creates an appearance of impropriety. Then, however, if someone feels that their action may have caused an appearance of impropriety, they should disclose the appearance, and then if, quote, deemed necessary and appropriate by the representative of the city, may recuse themselves from participation, so that there is a voluntary recusal process if they feel it's appropriate. Now, let's say the member doesn't think it's a appearance of impropriety. In that case, someone could lodge a challenge with city council. It's a different section. I'm scrolling down. So this is in section Inglewood Municipal Code 1-11-8, subsection C. Any person may challenge a city council member's failure to recuse themselves. The challenge is submitted to city council in writing. City council shall promptly inquire into the basis and facts of the challenge and may request an opinion from the city attorney or outside counsel. Then city council would vote whether recusal is mandated. And then that determination is final and not subject to appeal.
Thank you, City Attorney Niles. Member Anderson.
But the appearance of impropriety would not be a mandated recusal if someone out there thought, I mean, the reality is people ask me for opinions on legislation all the time, you know? And I say them from the dais, and I say them before I vote, and I say them when somebody calls me at home. I think that's pretty normal. So a member of the public stating their opinion on a piece of legislation, to me, is perfectly fine. And I don't see anything here that would require recusal, just if that particular person thought that there was something that was an appearance of impropriety. It gives them the voluntary option to recuse themselves. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. I think the determinative words in our ethics code are the quasi-judicial nature. If someone's going to weigh the evidence and testimony and issue a judicial decision, or quasi-judicial in this case, then that would create an appearance of impropriety in this case under our code. However, adoption of a land use code is not quasi-judicial. A quasi-judicial would apply to a specific piece of property, for example, like a PUD decision. That is a quasi-judicial decision. It affects a specific piece of property. However, we're adopting legislation, which is not considered quasi-judicial. It's a legislative function, because we're not weighing testimony and evidence to decide how a specific parcel or property owner will be treated.
Member Russell.
I would like to weigh in. This is my opinion. This council chose 4 candidates, 3 of which were in favor of Code Next. There was not one that you chose that would have been opposed. So I think there could be evidence of impropriety on our choices in moving forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Noonekamp.
I think the city attorney's statements have been clear, but out of an abundance of caution, I still support her reviewing the comments themselves so that we can be completely clear. I did check the minutes from the planning and zoning meeting on Tuesday, July 11th. It looks like the candidate in question was the 3rd citizen speaker. So I think it would be quite easy to find in a quite timely manner, and we can make this decision.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. I do think that we probably should get to other items of business tonight before we're able to swear someone in. It does sound, at least to me, that we're probably deadlocked at this moment and maybe with any further votes unless I hear anything different. So, City Attorney Niles, are we able to move to the next agenda item as is, or do we have to make a motion to move to the first study session topic of the evening?
Procedurally, I'd prefer that this item be tabled until after the study session item. So move to table it until after the next item on your agenda.
Thank you. Member Anderson.
I move to table the appointment of a city council vacancy fulfillment until after our first study session item 5A.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Member Russell.
So since this was a special meeting with only one item on the agenda, if we go into the study session and then go back, I mean, I'm assuming we would have left the special meeting into the study session when we moved there. Is that correct?
The entire meeting is a special meeting, because we also have executive session at the very end, which requires it to be a designation of a special meeting.
Okay, but I thought when we had a special meeting, it was only, there could only be one item on the agenda. That was,
No, it can be multiple items, they just all have to be designated in advance. And
Okay.
the action items can only be those designated items, and it was designated for appointment of the city council member by voice vote and executive session at the end.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
I,
Member Noonan,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 5A. This is the Budget Advisory Committee members here to present and provide information regarding their annual report. And we have Chair Bill Lesage and other members of the Budget Advisory Committee. Good evening, Chair Lesage, Vice Chair Eckel, and Member Dirksen. Good evening.
Good evening. Sure. Well, we're happy to be here and represent the Budget Advisory Committee and look forward to presenting the following details around our annual report. The Budget Advisory Committee had a period of stability through committee memberships this year, which was helpful. We do want to mention that Minkyu Jean departed in the spring, and we're very grateful for his service to the committee. We also welcome Jay Knight and are also happy to have him on the committee. Bill Lesage will continue to be chair, and I will serve as vice chair. In 2022, we participated in the capital improvement project planning process and made recommendations for the 2024 capital projects, which we are happy to participate in. We will not reference the committee's recommendations, however, may reference them within the report from this year. Last year, our report focused on recruitment and retention, capital projects process and return on investment, community outreach and engagement, support for grant writing, public safety and police funding, potential parks and recreation bond issuance. We focus on some of these areas this year while highlighting new areas, including discussion of debt funding and bond measures, to include sales and use tax and possible levying of property tax millage rates to support funding. Expanded and improved engagement partnership with the committee to review the following: project updates, housing affordability, downtown redevelopment, future bond issuance, energy usage audit, sales and use tax increases, consideration of drawdown from reserves, progress with city diversity, equity, and inclusion, maintaining Inglewood as an employer of choice. In compiling the report, we greatly appreciate the opportunity to have met with several city departments, including city administration, the Office of the City Attorney, Information Technology, Human Resources, Finance, Parks, Recreation, and Golf, the Inglewood Library, Community Development, Communications, the Inglewood Police Department, Inglewood Municipal Court, Public Works, and Utilities. We want to thank all of these departments and team members for their time and presentations. In moving on to the first section of the report, funding, debt, and alternatives. In considering debt and alternative funding, we walked through a few high-level options, which include a property tax mill levy, municipal bond issuance, mixed revenue source funding, which would include sales and use tax potentially, reserve policy funding, and possibly private bank lending. For example, we have substantial recreation bonds expiring in 2023, which could be funded through a property tax mill levy. However, we want to highlight the recent Colorado property assessment increases, driving up property taxes for property owners, including residential homeowners. This may be a drawback for many. The city could issue municipal bonds, of which there are over 60,000 municipal bond issuers across the country today, making this a viable option. However, the rising interest rate environment may not be favorable despite investor appetite. Mixed revenue funding could also be an option, which would include funding from multiple sources, including the potential for sales and use tax, along with property taxes, along with other bond measures. Reserve policy funding would work similarly to the capital projects funding. And to finish out our debt and alternatives, we also mentioned private debt placement, which may also not be in the city's best interest considering rising rates. All of these options are discussed within the report.
Anything else for the members of the committee?
So we also wanted to talk about expanded and improved partnerships with the city council and staff. So the committee has welcomed new responsibilities over the past few years, namely involvement with the capital project prioritization and the upcoming engagement in reviewing the impact of the ballot measures passed in 2022. The committee would like to continue this momentum and partner with city staff and council to have a deeper understanding of initiatives and impact they are having to the budget as they move forward, or conversely, if the decision is made to delay or cancel the initiative. Initiatives in which the committee would like to review in more detail, and I'll say these are examples, not necessarily set in stone, are city center redevelopment, DEAI adoption, accessibility to rights of way in public spaces, future bond issuings, and energy audit. These are all items that we've discussed in meetings at various times, but we know there's other initiatives that will come up or that we have left out from an example perspective. We feel this can be accomplished by requesting summative information from staff prior to their departmental reviews and potentially brief checkpoints with the city manager and deputy city manager during the regular meeting cadences. The information would include the metrics and standards that are being tracked as part of determining if the project is successful or meeting the return on investment, be it financial or impact-based. For example, reviewing metrics such as how often are the neighborhood engagement trailer and backyard movie kit being reserved by residents. We asked council to recommend focus areas that we would like to see the BAC involved with for the 2024 budget season, and we'll officially request that from council coming up here. This was discussed, was actually brought up by Mayor Pro Temp in a recent meeting, and we all agreed with it. So for example, a review and policy for using reserve funds has been mentioned recently as an area where BAC could provide input. From an internal perspective, the committee plans to look at how to set process and potentially templates in best managing and working with council and staff to be most efficient. And we hope this not only benefits us, but also future committee members.
In recent years, the common theme that we heard from directors was in line with the Great Resignation, lots of turnover and vacancies. That seemed to be to a lesser degree over the last 12 months. Departments still reported some vacancies, some degree of turnover, but it just did not seem to be as severe as they had been experiencing in previous years. So we perceive that as a sign that the city is emerging from the Great Resignation. So with this trend in mind, the BAC advises council that in developing the budget for the next fiscal year, that council favors opportunities and policies that define Inglewood as an employer of choice, as we're calling it. And also policies and initiatives that favor a positive return on investment to the city's budget. When exploring perhaps benefit packages, we ask council to remember and consider equity for all employees. So what we have in mind is maybe entry-level employees who are not financially savvy and perhaps don't know how to optimize their income and leverage it for their financial futures. So considering opportunities and advantages, benefits for employees so that all can benefit in benefit packages. And then we'll move on. I'm just going to move right on to recognition and accolades, things that we did not go to great detail in our report that we do want to highlight for you all. So thing one is we encourage council to continue supporting some of the smaller grants for small businesses and citizens, specifically the Get to Know Your Neighbor grant, storm assistance grants, small business grants. Another point that we want to highlight is sustaining board and commission involvement in the capital improvement project budgeting process. This is the second time we were able to participate in that, and we all find it very valuable, so thank you. And in the 6 years that I've been in the committee, I think I've seen the greatest representation from Member Racheal and the Mayor Pro Tem in attending our meetings and providing guidance and input, so thanks to both of you for your contribution. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Pieter.
Okay, in closing, we want to commend city leadership, the city manager's office, and city council for their ongoing diligence and commitment to managing the city budget with limited resources. We want to focus on the following areas for the upcoming fiscal year to include a continued focus on improved partnership and engagement with the committee and council, provide information concerning the total cost of proposed projects, provide data and metrics including outcomes used to measure success of approved and ongoing projects, consider presenting limited and scalable options as alternatives related to capital improvements, offer suggestions to the committee around spending project reviews, and retain focus on continued and sustained projects identified in our 2022 report. We appreciate your time and are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the committee for your presentation tonight. Any questions from members of council? Member Newnham.
Good to see you all tonight. Thank you so much for giving your time to the city by serving on this committee and for a wonderful report again this year. I have a couple questions. I believe last year you tailored your meetings and your investigation into the city around the strategic plan. Did you use that model again this year, or did you use a different way of meeting with city departments?
We did. Our questions out to the department, I think we continue to refine those. That'll go out to the department and the information we're asking for every year, but everything is geared around that, and that's always mentioned in the reports that we're receiving. I think this year where we saw and kind of feeding off what Suzanne said, is things kind of stayed the same. There wasn't as much need, I think, as there were for back to come and present to you of what the needs were for that. I think that came out through the budget process, and feel free to chime in here. So that's where we were looking at other areas of like where can the back focus on, in addition to any needs that the city departments may have.
Great. And then I appreciated the section of your report about being an employer of choice and just how expensive vacancies are to the taxpayers of this city. In the budget that we are going to be reviewing later tonight, there is a section on compensation and on responding to the compensation study that we've done. Does the BAC have a specific point of view, or do the members have a point of view on that investment, or is it more broadly being an employer of choice through other benefits?
On compensation?
Yes, and what we're seeing in the budget tonight.
I don't think we have specifics. Like I said, just as long as it decreases turnover, supports recruitment efforts.
That's helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Newnham. Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't have a question. Is now an appropriate time for comments? Sure. Okay. I want to thank you guys for the work you've been doing. This committee has really matured over the last 2 years since I have been off it. So good, great work. The comments on reserve policy are noted. This seems to be something that this body has puzzled over and the BAC has puzzled over for as long as I can remember. So that would be one topic that I would tackle. The other question I have for you is, what do you envision for your fulfillment of your duty to report on the use of the new taxes that voters passed last November? Yeah,
that's a good question. Honestly, we haven't dove into that yet. That's actually on the agenda for new business coming up, to understand, because I think the idea is that post-audit is when we would review it. So I think we need to understand expectations of us from staff and council, and then come up with a plan. So that'll probably come up in next week's meeting, actually, start figuring that out.
Thank you. Member Russell.
Thank you. And I would like to thank all of you for the hard work that you've done also. And just sitting in on that committee really helps me to understand more. I mean, I've learned so much just in the last 2 years from the discussion in your group, and I appreciate that. And I thank you for the report. And I actually enjoyed reading it before I looked at the budget piece that we're talking about today, because it really, I thought, well, you must have seen that budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just a few words. I also want to thank you guys for all the work that you guys have put into this report, and obviously just volunteering your time for the good of the city. The one thing I did want to mention as the part that you do talk about, just ongoing partnership with the city and city council in the future. I am going to point out like the city center redevelopment as being a major part of it. Obviously, there's a lot of eyes on it already with city council, city staff, and the DDA. But it's such a major decision that the next council is going to have to make in terms of just the financial viability of it, what the potential redesign may look like, whether or not we, do sell this property, or if it's just something that we continue using as the basis moving forward. But I really would like to get more input on that in terms of just whether or not city council is going to be making the right decision on how we move forward. So that's definitely something I would love for the Budget Advisory Committee to take up next time around.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think we agree. And one of the things that we've seen with that is it comes up in the capital projects and just general discussion is what changes or what improvements do we need to make to this building, and it is kind of pending the future state of the city center. So you see where that has impacts to other areas of the budget of where we're going to invest while we're, making a decision, and then, ultimately what that decision will be.
Right, and you saw a part of the CIP this year where a lot of things were just delayed because we still don't know the direction that we're going to go. So definitely feel that that's prudent on your part to take a look. Mayor Pro Tem.
There's also a big financial philosophical question related to the city center as well, which is, what financially and philosophically is in the best interest of the people related to the asset? What are the potential financial ramifications of any decision that we make? And to the extent that we can have a few more cooks in the kitchen on that one, I would certainly appreciate it.
Any further comments from members of council? If not, thank you very much again for to the Budget Advisory Committee, and you guys enjoy your evening. Thank you. All right, City Attorney, do we have additional information to share?
We do. First, I would like to thank Community Development's Nancy Fenton, who by the time you made the motion to table had already forwarded the video and told me where to find the clip, so very much appreciated. The candidate made a 2-minute statement right at 1 hour into the P&Z public hearing in voicing support for the project. One of only, I believe, 3 people that spoke in favor of the project, the land use Code Next project. It was very short, voicing support for most of the land use provisions P&Z discussed. Talked about parking, that we shouldn't build a city to cater to cars. But people should take advantage of being in the neighborhood, not just driving through or to and from. He also discussed owner-occupied requirements, ADUs, and multi-generational families, and that flexibility is important in housing. Also stated that Code Next was a good step toward more gentle density, and stated he had a critique, didn't understand why we were reducing maximum height. And that was it, very short. So I compared that, those statements then to our code regarding recusal, and I don't believe this falls within the recusal requirements because it's not a quasi-judicial matter. Adopting a land use is a legislative matter, and that's differentiated in both case law and in our ethics code. However, if City Council believes that there is an appearance of impropriety that would mandate recusal, that is up to City Council to make that decision. City Council could weigh that and decide. But just like any City Council member could state their position on any legislative matter that either is in front of you or could come in front of you, I think the candidate in this case did just that. And just like City Council could do it before or after appointment, I don't think saying this publicly would mandate recusal, but the ultimate decision would be City Council.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Niles. Member Anderson?
I want to just say something in terms of the council that's sitting up here. We have all weighed in on these provisions in this code, right? Whether for or against, every single person on this council has made statements regarding to the same things Mr. Kolnick has made. We can't have a double standard for people here. This is not an appearance, it's not an act of impropriety, nor is it an appearance of impropriety to have opinions on legislation. And I guarantee you, the people who are making this accusation would not be making it if the candidates who applied for this vacancy and had spoken in opposition to the legislation were up here for appointment tonight. Absolutely would not be coming up. This is a purely political move, and it is not a reason for recusal, nor is it an act of impropriety at all.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Russell?
I would like to respond to that. We won't know. We won't know that because no one was chosen on that list that would have voted on the other side. And talk about political moves, we're in the middle of a recall election and the people have spoken. And this council continues to move forward, pushing this vote before the recall election. And actually, I would call that a political move. I think it is very unwise to do that. We could wait, and for Mayor Pro Tem Ward to say we have to appoint, we do not. We are in the middle of an election cycle. We can let the people choose. The problem is we are not letting the people choose. We are choosing ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll respond to that by reading Charter 28. Charter 28, which I have previously read into the record, but still seems to be unclear to at least one member of this body, is in regards to vacancies. The entire paragraph reads, "An elected officer shall continue to hold his office until his successor is duly qualified. An elective office shall become vacant whenever any officer becomes incapacitated, or if a councilman shall remove from or become a non-resident of the district in which he was elected during the term of his office. In case of vacancy, the remaining councilman shall choose, I repeated that, by majority vote, and within 30 days after such vacancy occurs, a duly qualified person to fill such vacancy. He shall serve until his successor, elected for the remainder of the term at the next ensuing general municipal election, has been duly qualified. If 3 or more vacancies exist in the council simultaneously, such vacancies shall be filled for the respective unexpired terms at a special election." The charter is quite clear. The charter that we all swore an oath to uphold says we shall fill this vacancy within 30 days, and I intend to do my duty.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? Member Nunekamp?
I'll just add, I mean, I agree with Member Anderson that it is important that we actually do have points of view on policy. We have to make decisions up here. We are listening to the people. It's important that we be well-researched and well-read, and we come with the data and we come with a point of view, having thought and given thought to these issues. I will remind this council, both candidates have expressed opinions about density and development in the city. And many candidates who are going to be on the ballot, who are currently petitioning to be on the ballot in the general election this fall, have given opinions on density and development in the city, including in public hearings and in official forums. that is not a reason to not then weigh in on the issues of the city because you have an opinion. That is a good thing, not a bad thing. A conflict of interest is where you could personally benefit from something where you have a vested interest in a financial or in a business way. The city attorney has already spoken to this. I don't think that there is any ambiguity. I don't think that these attacks are founded on our process. We've done all of the process completely out in the open. And I feel very confident moving forward. But again, perspective on policy is not a disqualifier. That is part of this job.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Anyone else? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
We don't have a motion on the table, so now might not be a good time for discussion.
Correct. Member Anderson.
I was going to make a motion, is that simple? I move to appoint Mr. Kolnick to fill the city council vacancy.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I'll speak to the reasons that I'm supporting Mr. Kolnick in his interview. I got the sense of somebody who is deeply invested in city life. This is somebody who has watched city council meetings, has gone to public engagement meetings. He understands, he's read the documents of the city, he made reference to the strategic plan, the walk and wheel plan. He is prepared to see a long-term, he has a vision for the city. He wants to see the city become more accessible, easier to push strollers down the streets. I know he wants to see those widened sidewalks. He wants to see the city become more walkable and more attainable for people. And I think that vision for the long-term future of the city is exactly what we need in a city council member at this time. So I'm supportive of Mr. Kolnick tonight.
Thank you very much, Member Anderson. Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem?
As I stated earlier, I think we interviewed a field of very well qualified candidates. And while I'm admittedly not getting my first choice tonight, I will not allow my authority as a member of this body to deadlock the council and cause us to fail to perform our duty under the charter. So I will be supporting Mr. Kolnick on this second vote in order to seat the next council member on this dais as our duty requires.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? Member Noonekamp.
I'll just concur with my colleagues to say the 4 candidates that we interviewed, every single one of them could do this job. I am so grateful that they took time to apply for this job. It's a hard job. It's not a fun job all the time. And we have big, important decisions to make in the next 2.5 months, and I'm grateful for people who volunteered their time to come and help us make those decisions. I want to put it on the record, this is not a personal decision for me. I happen to know Mr. Moore better than I know Mr. Kolnick. I limited my decision-making to specifically what I saw in the interview and on the applications. And as we said last week, it was very close. I think it was just a slight edge, and it was based on some familiarity with the current challenges that we're facing right now in the city that edged it out for me. But I'm very grateful to both of them for applying, and I'm excited to move forward with the work of the city.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Member Woodward.
Thank you. Like everybody else has said, all 4 candidates were very, very close. And I had the 2 finalists 2 points away from each other. And what the difference was Mr. Moore, I felt, had a whole lot more policy experience. I mean, that's what he deals with day in and day out, is policy types things. Also lived in the city a little longer, over twice as long, 6 years, I guess it was. But that's what swayed me. That's what my difference is on those 2 points. Otherwise, any of the 4 and either of the 2 candidates right now, I think are going to serve us fine. My first choice is Mr. Moore. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. I'll speak as well. I will be supporting Mr. Kolnick tonight. He was my preferred candidate of the 2, but that's nothing against Mr. Moore that, I did get to meet a few years back during my time as the liaison to the BAC. And Mr. Kolnick and both Mr. Moore also just understand the importance of what the seat entails, but also what's in hand over the next 10 weeks or so as part of their seat on council. So I will be supporting Mr. Kolnick. It was a tough decision. They weren't separated by very much, but I will be supporting Mr. Kolnick tonight. And with that, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonan,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 4 ayes, 2 nays, the 2 nays being Member Russell and Mayor Sierra. Member Woodward.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Mr. Kolnick, on serving as the new member of City Council. We're going to take a, not necessarily a short recess, but we're going to go ahead and swear in Mr. Kolnick now. Do we have your honor? Yes, we do. We have Judge Jefferson here to do the swearing in of Mr. Kolnick. Good evening, Your Honor.
Good evening, Council. Going to do the swearing in right in front of this podium and in between the dais. Mr. Mayor, would you mind just lending your microphone perhaps and just aiming it towards us?
Actually, I think there's a freestanding one. Oh, is that one? Just pop that off. I think it's got to be powered on. Should be a button on the, hold it down. There you go.
Okay. Forward. Mr. P.J. Kolnick, are you ready for the oath or affirmation of office, sir? Yes. Excellent. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, P.J. Kolnick.
I, P.J. Kolnick.
Solemnly swear or affirm.
Solemnly swear or affirm.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States of America.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States of America.
The Constitution of the State of Colorado.
The Constitution of the State of Colorado.
And the Charter and ordinances.
And the Charter and ordinances.
Of the City of Inglewood, Colorado.
Of the City of Inglewood, Colorado.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservations.
Without any mental reservations.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well.
And that I will well.
And faithfully perform.
And faithfully perform.
The duties of the position.
The duties of the position.
Of at-large council member.
Of at-large council member.
During my continuance therein.
During my continuance therein. Congratulations, Council. Thank you.
Going to have you step over here and make it official by signing this first line, sir. And I want to thank everybody who's appearing today. One of the great joys of performing these swearings in, I just want to remind everybody what we're witnessing tonight was the empowerment and entrustment of a new individual with the inherent authority of the people. And thank you, Council. Enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, for taking time out of your night for this important moment. Thank you. Mr. Kolnick, we'll give you a second to get settled in. All right. And moving on to agenda item 5B, we got Director of Public Works, Racheal, Deputy Director of Public Works, Tim Hose, and Concrete Utility and Street Maintenance Manager, Phil Neal, here to present and discuss the 2022-2023 snow season recap. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us here tonight. We're happy to present an overview of the 2022-2023 snow season, as well as some proposed enhancements moving forward into 2023 and 2024. And Jackie, can you load us up? Was it? Needs my IT help.
Doesn't look like it was you, Director Racheal, so.
Feeling better about my IT skills, thank you. Yes, that's it.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Member
do we need
Anderson.
to give Mr. Kolnick an orientation to the buttons on the dais here?
While we
Got it?
wait,
Jim, help me out.
Okay.
there we go.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it.
I was gonna say, there's one button that we use, just the one in the middle, so. All right, go ahead, Director.
All right, I think we're good. So we're gonna break the presentation up tonight. I'm gonna cover a couple sections. I'll pass it to Phil and Tim, and then we'll come back again. So just a quick overview on our policy objectives and goals. So the policy objective regarding snow and ice is to provide that safe and efficient traffic flow within the city, primarily for emergency response during periods of inclement weather. You'll see that later in the presentation when we talk about primary routes and things of that nature. Policy goals, again, safety being top of the list, as well as mobility, and then maximizing our resources and make sure we're using those efficiently. We're conserving materials, and we're utilizing staff to the best of their ability to meet those goals that we're seeing with the plan. Storm classifications and prep. So we have storms broken into three categories here. Category 1 is a less than 4 inches or 4 inches or less storm. Category 2 is 4 to 8 inches. And then above 8 inches is our category 3. Most of the storms that we see typically fall into category 1 with some in category 2. That category 3 is not quite as common. And the size here that you see, the 8-inch, particularly in category 3, will come up again later in our presentation as we talk about some options for council to consider. So storm prep, we use a variety of information to inform what we're gonna do and prep for these events as they come into the forecast. We have an interdepartmental team made up of Parks, Public Works, and Utilities, each who have CDL drivers who operate our snowplows. We all work together. We look at the storm when they're coming in, the time of day it's gonna hit, the temperatures that it's coming in, and try and determine the best and appropriate action there with respect to resources. We start looking at these forecasts about 5 to 7 days in advance as soon as they start coming on to our radar, literally, and trying to allocate staff resources. That includes looking at weather, underground, AccuWeather, Weather Channel, and of course the National Weather Service. Here we got some screenshots of some of the information and the data we use. On the upper left is a 7-day forecast from Weather Underground. In the middle is a traffic cam. Does not record, but allows us to get real-time data and a visualization of what's going on in the city on the ground. That particular location is Broadway and Neal. On the right-hand side is a forecast from National Weather Service. And in the bottom, you will see this actual temperature data on the asphalt. So we monitor the temperature data on the pavement, and that helps inform, 1, when we're gonna deploy resources, and 2, what kind of material and resources we're gonna allocate depending on those pavement temperatures. Our snow removal districts broken into 4 categories. And as you saw on our streets plan, again, we're covering almost 99 miles, just a tick under there, 98.98 lane miles within the city, within those zone snow districts. Primary streets. This is key to that, getting that emergency access. Our primary streets are our main thoroughfares and streets adjacent to schools, hospitals. These are the big traffic movers within the city. Our plows drive and clear the through lanes during snow events. We also remove and haul snow and ice from Broadway and the parking areas once the storm has ended. Only snow and ice are removed under severe conditions and hauled off-site. Generally, snowplow operations move it to the side. Residential and alleys. Residential will be a focus later in our presentation tonight for council consideration, but we typically do not plow or de-ice local streets unless there's chronic emergency issues or known areas. We are tracking those known areas now. We learned a lot from last snow season on trouble spots within the city, whether it was due to shade, hills, the road not having a great slope on it, so overnight it would freeze again if we didn't warm up. We do plow local streets when we get over 8 inches, so that's that class 3 storm that we saw earlier. We run a V plow that's hooked up to more of a pickup truck style vehicle, and it runs down the middle. And the reason we do that, we do one pass. We don't do multiple passes. We don't want to bury people's driveways, cars parked on the streets, and things of that nature. And last, alleys are not plowed primarily due to accessibility. We can't get plows down alleys due to overhead utilities, the size of our equipment, and things of that nature. Ice removal operations, we saw this a lot this year, and we're going to touch on some of the more historical data here shortly, but that's the freeze-thaw cycles that cause ice to build up. We saw a lot of that this year where we'd get just above freezing during the day, and then immediately around 3 or 4 p.m. when that sun starts just to move over to the west a little bit, immediately it would refreeze. And that causes big issues. We end up having to chip and haul that stuff away. Our crews are deployed when we see those, if we get requests, and we also, again, have those known areas of concern, particularly for motorists, pedestrians, and drainage flow. We want to improve that through the process. I'm going to now turn it over to Phil, who's going to talk a little bit about our staffing and some of those operational components.
Thanks. Yeah, just going to talk briefly about the equipment, staffing, and materials we use. Currently, we have 4 plow trucks that we operate 24/7 during an event. Occasionally, we'll use less if it's a lesser storm, and we can handle it with fewer vehicles. We do two 12-hour shifts, days and nights, with 4 operators per shift. And we coordinate with other departments, Parks and Recreation, Utilities, and even Fleet, and also coordinate with CDOT, Littleton, and Cherry Hills Village. Equipment upgrades. This year we got all of our single axle plow trucks were replaced. We upgraded to tandem axle dump trucks capable of hauling more granular de-icer material along with de-icer material all on one truck. Capable of pre-wetting the granular material to provide quicker activation and more precise application of the granular material. The staffing resources. We have 16 Public Works Department staff members, 8 streets equipment operators, 2 stormwater equipment operators, 4 traffic operations staff members, and 2 fleet technicians. Again, the 4-hour shifts, 4 operators per shift, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Again, coordination with Parks. We use them, Parks and Fleet, on every shift this year due to our staff shortage that we had. And again, we joint venture on some stretches of road with Littleton, Cherry Hills, and of course CDOT takes care of US 85, 285, and all their roads. Our goals with our materials, ice slicer, we shoot for 100 pounds used per lane mile plowed. That's just to maintain efficiency. And now this year, again, we'll be using liquid de-icer, the magnesium chloride product that aids in the melting. Both materials are carried on all plow trucks and used as conditions warrant. And with that, I think we'll go to Tim.
Thanks, Phil. So I will summarize the 2023 season a little bit more here and kind of a recap of how many events we were deployed on and how much snow fell, and a little bit of a summary there. We had 29 events last season between 22 and 23, the fall of 22 into the spring of this year. Number of deployments was 60. So as we mentioned before, we don't always deploy all 4 of the trucks for every event. Some events are a little lighter. We only need 1 or 2 trucks to go around and do some de-icing. So the number of events don't always multiply out to the number of trucks. And then the total snowfall last year was just over 4 feet, about 49 inches. And then we plowed just over 9,000 lane miles last year in the city for all the events. A little bit of a recap on, if you remember, January, now that we're in the 90-degree weather, it doesn't seem so cold, but January was a very cold, long month for snow removal this year. We had, as you see there, it was the 17th coldest, snowiest January since 1872. And the issue with that is we had a lot of snow and a lot of cold weather, and that created all that ice. We had a lot of ice complaints this year and a lot of issues with icing that we dealt with. And the bad news is we had a lot of ice, but the good news is we know where all of the ice forms now in the city, and we can be more proactive in preventing that ice from forming in the future years is our plan. We'll talk about in a little bit here how we think we can alleviate some of that icing, because the icing forming on the pavement really damages the pavement and the concrete. When you try to pull it off of there, it really is not good to have ice on the pavement any longer than you have to. So we're going to try to avoid some of that this year. So then the last thing I've got here is just a little bit of a kind of a case study of how the events unfold there and how we work on the planning and then the implementation here. So this event was a Monday, March 27th. We had a fairly light storm, but the snow moved into the area on Monday, and we were planning over the weekend to be ready for it there. The trucks were ready to go on Friday before the storm. We saw the storm coming, and we had the trucks are always loaded and ready to go with the material before the storm hits, so we don't have to be loading during the weather and everything. They're all ready to jump in and start driving and start spreading material and plowing. So on that particular storm, we had 2 street crew members came in early on Monday to try to beat the rush hour there and get some of the de-icing material down. So we did need all 4 trucks. The storm wasn't quite that heavy. But the 2 members came in early, and then the remaining team members came in at their normal 7 a.m. time, and they were deployed as well to provide additional resources for that event. Then so we monitored the event throughout the day. We continue to monitor, kind of see when things are going to slow down and when we might be able to wind down the operation. And on that particular event there, we were able to conclude operations about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And the snow had stopped and all the routes were completed and clear. So the accumulation on that event was only 1 to 2 inches. So it was a fairly light event, but that's typical of how we prepare and then deploy for each event. We look at the intensity there and decide what kind of resources we need. And the up to 4 plows per event is what the maximum deployment would be. 4 plows doing each zone in the city there. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Director Racheal to finish up.
Thank you, Tim. So up next, we have some policy changes and enhancements for consideration. So first, these are our cost-neutral proposals of enhancements that we plan to implement this year. First is kind of going along the lines of what we already talked about, some of the challenges we've had with taller buildings, shading the streets, creating icy areas where the snow doesn't melt unless it gets significantly above freezing. Those have all been identified and will be proactively treated ahead of the storm and during those events. Second point there, as Phil touched on, this past year we were really struggling with staffing. You heard a little bit of that in an earlier presentation today. I'm happy to let council know that we are fully staffed in the streets team at this moment. So much so that we are creating a second lead, and those leads will be out in front of the crews helping to identify trouble spots and then reporting back to crews in the truck so they can get out and treat those areas above and beyond kind of their normal route. So we're trying to get out in front of that and keep people moving, treat those icy spots, and make sure they do not become a problem overnight. Last is balancing those lane miles of existing snow routes, just making sure that each street crew is hitting with the same frequency and trying to get 2 passes per shift. Now that the trucks can carry more material, we don't have to go back and reload as often. We'll still have to go back depending on, again, the intensity of those storms, but we should be able to keep crews out longer and apply more materials to the street without interruption. The following are enhancements that come with a potential cost increase. One of those is additional plow trucks and routes to plow streets more frequently, excuse me. We talked about local streets. If we wanted to plow local streets more frequently, there's time and resources that go with that. And we'll talk about, we have a chart in here we'll go over in just a moment that talks about snow events and how that applies. But additional trucks are running around 250,000 plus an additional operator to run those trucks. Second is contractor support for those heavy Class 3 events. We currently do not have a contractor on call for heavy snow events. Something we're looking to explore and bring to council if that's something that's supported. Up next, additional snow hauling. We don't currently snow haul, we plow. That would require additional resources to haul. We would have to use one truck for hauling. That would take it out of commission for, necessarily plowing. And last, again, those options for plowing local streets. As part of this process, we did look into what some of our adjacent cities are doing. So again, Inglewood, our current policy is to plow local streets with a V channel down the middle, with a V plow, when we have those Class 3 events over 8 inches. Cherry Hills plows their local streets if they have 3 inches or more. Littleton is 6 inches or more. Greenwood Village plows local streets once all local roads are done and staff resources allow them to get there. Sheridan only plows 4-way stops due to sliding concerns and things of that nature. They don't necessarily do local roadways. And Arapahoe County doesn't really do locals either unless they're getting a large volume of complaints on those local roadways. So plowing during events, if we were to plow local streets during events, as mentioned, that's going to require additional resources because we need to also make sure we keep those major roadways clear and applied. It also would likely require multiple passes. If we're going to do it during the event, you would continually want to keep that going so you keep the roads clear. You also run a small risk of getting cars blocked, plowing and pushing snow up onto sidewalks or driveways that have already been shoveled by residents. Plowing at the end of the event, this allows end of duration staff extensions for time, OT, things of that nature. Does come with that overtime cost. And again, it would be kind of that one-time pass. It also allows an opportunity for the snow to melt. If at the end of the event, usually these have been happening at least recently, overnight, and if we get warming up temps, it could potentially decrease the need for plowing if the temperatures come up. So in summary, here's a chart of where we're looking for some feedback from council. Our current operations, 8 inches or more for plowing locals. Estimated budget impacts, again, this is overtime and hasn't been that frequent, but somewhere between $2,500 and $4,500. Next is plowing local streets in that Class 2 event, so 4 inches or greater. We believe that could be done with current resources. It does mean that we'd have higher frequency, so it would increase staff time and salary, including overtime. And based on the events that we had in 2022, 2023, we estimate that budget impact to be somewhere between $50,000 and $75,000. Last is plowing local streets during an event. That would require additional staff as well as an additional truck. Includes higher frequency and salary, so that's a big time and materials cost, and estimating that somewhere between $450,000 and $525,000, and that includes that one-time cost for the truck purchase. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for staff for putting together that presentation. Member Noonekamp, you are first.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. This is an important topic. We hear about this one a lot directly from residents in the community, so I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about it when it's not snowing outside and be ready for when it is. I'm glad that you brought up the concept of using contractors. It's something that I've wondered about. I know other municipalities use that method. And I see that here you have it listed specifically for Class 3 storms. And then in the table at the end, you include cost increases only for staff time and overtime. Have we considered using contractors for some of that support, even if it's not Class 3, if we were wanting to increase our local street plowing?
We have not looked into that. We would be happy to. I'm not aware of any adjacent jurisdiction bringing in contractors except in those extraordinary.
Okay, and so we don't have a sense on how that costs would compare?
I don't, I'm sure.
Oh, your mic.
Oh, sorry, mic went out. It would be a time and materials cost. And then we would also have to make sure we put into that contract some level of due diligence to make sure the contractors showed up when called. We wouldn't want to rely on them and then they're outside of our ability to call them in. If they have staff that are, say, in the Springs or in the Boulder area and couldn't call them into the office, we could have some resource allocation challenges.
So you're saying that this, using staff instead of contractors, especially for that, it's just more predictable and more consistent, we can ensure better quality?
Absolutely, more reliable.
Great, thank you.
Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor. I really liked hearing that you have your eyes on those corners with tall buildings. And I'm thinking more broadly than that, that there are lots of the streets on the north side of even shorter buildings where last year we had significant ice buildup. Your idea for treating those, is that the tall building areas, is that spraying material before the snow hits so that it's loose or easier to break up, or how are you going to go about that? And what happens if we do get another month of, just solid freezing where this stuff doesn't melt and we need to break up a whole lot of intersections?
Yeah, great question. So it's a multi-pronged approach. So it's one, trying to pre-treat if the temperatures are appropriate for getting that down. But then two, using our leads to keep an eye on it and staying on top of it so it doesn't become an issue. And last, I would say it's maintaining our equipment. Last year, we used the snow loader for the first time in 5+ years. So as soon as we turned it on, we found some hoses and other things that needed some attention. Those have been addressed, and we'll be prepping early this season to make sure that things are working in an appropriate fashion that will allow us to stay on top and get ahead of that stuff.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Similar to Member Anderson's comments, one of the issues that I encountered with the especially low temperatures and the significant amount of snow in the last season was traveling as a pedestrian through my district, which I do frequently regardless of weather conditions. I would see sidewalks that had been dutifully shoveled by our residents that led to streets that were completely messy with ice. And as a council representative for the district where I live and travel, that really bothered me. So I understand that we had somewhat extraordinary weather and we had relatively low staffing. But what I haven't quite been able to grasp based on this plan is how the city intends to keep the streets safe and passable for pedestrians in the same manner as we require our residents to do by shoveling the sidewalks.
Sure. So based on code, residents are required to shovel their sidewalks. One of the things that we are looking at coordinating with our communications team is a broader communications plan on when you shovel your sidewalk, you should also consider shoveling your gutter and not just throwing it in the streets. If the gutter is clear, when it melts, it has somewhere to go, as opposed to just piling up and piling up and piling up. Arapahoe County has actually done a pretty decent job of putting together some information along this. And then also, when you shovel your driveway, you might want to shovel out into the parking area on either side. Again, keeping the gutter clear, but piling the snow up on either side so it allows you to enter your driveway, allows water to flow when it melts, and it keeps it from pooling back onto the sidewalk. So we have some work to do in the communications realm around that and putting some information together for residents, but that's one of our tasks.
And do you have an idea of how much time or energy we spent in the last cycle busting up ice dams and loading snow and ice into the conveyors? Because I saw our crews out in my district on Delaware Street several days in the last snow cycle. And that was after probably, I don't know, I would estimate a month of just solid, nasty ice.
Yeah, I don't know that we have a number.
It all kind of just was bulked in with snow removal, so we didn't really, it's probably a good point to keep tabs on that this year around to see, but it was all bulked in with snow removal. I know it was a lot of time after even the storms were over. We spent a lot of time cleaning up ice, for sure.
Okay, and I have one more question, if I may, and this may be for the city manager, but we all know that our residents passed a tax to improve our street maintenance and repair in the last cycle. Does that tax pool also apply to snow and ice removal as part of that maintenance process?
That's a great question. At the moment, we have not allocated any specific portion to that. It's something we can certainly look into. At the moment, A lot of that is focused on the repaving and the milling, which will address some of the challenges that we saw. One of the things that we saw with roadway maintenance with the cold was all the cold patching. We got a lot of potholes popping out of the ground where we had cold patched maybe even the season before. That freeze-thaw cycle was pretty vicious on our road maintenance. And road maintenance is something that we're certainly trying to address now in the summer with hot mix patching, as well as mill and paving, a slurry seal, and all the things that we've got going on today.
Great, thank you guys, and I'll just note that I am seeing significant improvement around the city, and I appreciate the effort and the work that you've done put into developing a system that we can understand and that we can actually see at work. So I'm looking forward to great work in the coming cycle as well.
Thank you.
Member Kolnick.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate all the work you're doing. I was looking at this table, and just in terms of estimated annual budget impact, are those numbers inclusive of both the labor hours to do it and the de-icer material that you have to lay down if you do a local street?
Yes.
Okay. Has there ever been consideration of, or is it possible that you would just do a plow on the street and not lay de-icer? Or is that against the best practices?
Generally, you would do both because you're trying to keep that, the plows don't provide a clean surface. There's always some residual snow, so that de-icer is applied on the back end of the truck so that when you scrape off, 95% of the snow, that de-icer tackles that last 5% that remains on the roadway. The application rates could absolutely vary. If we get a very dry snow, the application rates are generally decreased because the wind would blow the snow, would move away if we get that light fluffy. If it's a high humidity and a more dense snow, the application rates are adjusted the other way because that's going to stay on the ground and there's an opportunity for that de-icer to activate with the water content in the snow.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Director, I'm going to go a little bit broader than Member Anderson's comment, but I think you kind of responded a little bit to it when Mayor Pro Tem brought it up. But there were areas of the city, and I'm thinking specifically of Dartmouth and I think Pennsylvania or Pearl, that I'm not sure if last year was an aberration, but that became an ice rink at a certain point. And what ended up happening was just the fact it did freeze and it kept thawing, freezing, but whenever it thawed, it wasn't able to make its way into the stormwater drainage. So as part of these enhancements that we're looking to make, are we saying that we potentially will break up those ice dams when they happen or not? Because that was a major issue, not only there, but I saw it over other parts of the city, but that one was very noticeable.
Yeah, thank you. Great question, Mayor. I'm very familiar with that one, drove that one several times myself. Yeah, the goal with our leads is to stay out in front of that and then to break up those ice dams and put down material sooner to keep it from freezing so that water keeps moving to the drainage point and exits the roadway.
Okay. And Director, so are we now saying that we would want residents to, before that ice builds up, that we want them to shovel that gutter in order to prevent that from happening? Because obviously that water is building up into the gutter and there's not enough of a slope in order to get to the storm drainage. So are we asking people in specific areas to kind of do this now moving forward, or what's the communication going to be for areas like that?
The communication, again, we're still in the preliminary stages, need to formalize it and get it out, but it would kind of mimic what we've seen from Arapahoe County, that if you have concerns about water or ice building up in your gutter, that before the snow hardens, before you drive on it, that when you're shoveling your driveway, you clear out that foot and a half of the gutter to allow, when it does thaw, have somewhere to drain.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Director. Couple more comments. One's a comment. Knowing Dartmouth's a bike lane. So one of the things that I would ask is that we do plow the streets, including the bike lanes, because many people do use the bike lanes as a mode of transportation, just like we use our cars. So I would like to keep that in mind as part of that. And I'm also just kind of curious in terms of just the different options you're providing in terms of the local streets. I'm not sure if not every situation is even, right? So if there's 8 inches of snow that falls on a street that's completely dry, that's one thing. But last year we had a season where we had inches of snow already. It's not clear to me that we're gonna ask for 8 inches to fall in order for us to plow the side streets. So I guess what I'm asking is, are we able to be nimble enough that, that you'll be able to make a decision at that point that it makes sense for us to plow the local streets? Not necessarily that we have to put a policy in place that says it has to be 8 inches or it has to be 4 inches or whatever. Just, I don't want to call it common sense, but just taking into consideration what the current conditions are.
Yeah, great question, Mayor. Absolutely. I mean, generally, these guidelines are around a single event. But if we had say, a multi-day event with a 2-hour break, we're not gonna say, well, you had 4 inches and then you had a 2-hour break and then you had 6 inches. So that's really 2 class 2 events, We certainly, based on staff resources, time and material available, are trying to provide the best level of service to the community. And we would certainly look at that in more broad strokes.
And I just add that I think with the lead workers now, able to go out and check these areas as we get calls. If we have a residential street and they go check and it is in pretty bad condition, we've got no problem sending even one of the lead workers out in one of the small trucks and hitting that street if it's on a hill, if it's something like that. So that's what those lead workers will be looking for also.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, just a judgment call in terms of that,
Yep,
that
absolutely.
road. So yeah, I appreciate that. Member Russell, I've seen you reach for your light, so I think you may be first before Member Woodward, but.
My question has to do with ADA ramps, because I know how, in plowing the streets, is there any way to make sure that the ADA ramps don't get covered? Because then they turn into ice, and then, the people in wheelchairs or walkers slip, and then if it melts, it has nowhere to go too. So is there anything we can do to address that?
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Russell, for the question. A couple of thoughts there. I believe last year we actually got a few requests via Inglefix to clear sidewalk and ramps. Those go straight to the top of the list, and we address those immediately. As far as during plowing operations, generally we're not plowing through the parking area, and so there is a conscious effort to not push snow on to those ramps during plow operations. Although admittedly, sometimes it can be a little difficult depending on the width of the road to not necessarily do that.
Right, well, because they're all at corners too, generally.
Correct.
So, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Member Woodward?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. First question is there been a policy change from 6 inches to 8 inches?
Actually, I don't know when that policy change happened. My understanding, actually, it used to be 12 in previous years, and we have the documents now are showing 8.
Yeah, I don't remember 12 ever, but I was just thinking that it seems like last year, at least my street the street part got plowed, and it was less than 8. And it could be because it's right by a school.
Schools, so thank you for that. Actually, schools and hospitals are considered a priority.
Yeah.
So we try and hit those areas, even though it may be slightly less than 8, because we have more pedestrians walking in higher concentrations.
Yeah, okay. Question on Broadway, the old Broadway, or the business part of Broadway, 3400 North, going north. Don't we remove snow there from curb to curb?
We do, and that's after the event. We'll clear the parking areas and get that out of there.
And where do you take that snow?
So it can be taken to the service center.
Okay, so, yeah, that was one of them. And, I want to really stress too, the shade trees that are, for example, firs or spruce trees, specifically Stanford, going east at Logan. That is constantly a danger. I mean, coming east and hitting your brakes for the stop sign and just going right into Logan. So, and it's been that way for years. I mean, just something about it, and it shades it enough that I would request that whoever's driving that route really puts their attention to the ice melter on it, or that. And also on the corners in the residential areas, to have the drivers making sure that they're dropping enough ice melter at those corners to make a difference, because they're not consistent. I mean, some you're sliding on and some you aren't. So other than that, just one other thing. I noticed what I think on this little bitty drawing on my paper copy. It appears that we still have the policy that everybody that lives on a street is no more than a block away from an open avenue. And it appears that that's what it looks like on this little drawing, is that every block or every other block is being plowed, so everybody is only a block away, or every 2 blocks are being plowed. Is that still?
Yeah, that's consistent. We're trying to get those main roads and thoroughfares clear. And that's also for fire, life safety access
Yeah. Okay.
into the neighborhoods.
Great.
If I could also, Councilmember Woodward, to your earlier comment, thank you for mentioning the unequal distribution of the granular material and things like that. With our newer trucks, we have much better control of distributing the ice slicer and some of that stuff at intersections. So those came in at the very end of our season, unfortunately. So we're looking forward to using those in the 2023-2024 snow season.
Yeah, and ice slicer is a natural product that literally melts away and is environmentally safe, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
And it doesn't pollute like sand, the air.
Correct.
Okay, those are my comments.
Thank you, Member Wood. Thank you, Member Woodward. Mayor Pro Tem?
Just one more question, since the subject of Inglefix was brought up. When a resident reports something like ice damming or impassable street, have we reviewed how we communicate what our plan is? I remember in the last cycle, I had a few frustrating encounters where I myself put things into Inglefix, and the response was, "Oh, it's on the list." No ETA, no, discussion of what's going to get done first. I was kind of left with the impression, we plow the places where we feel like we need to plow. And if we have time to deal with this issue that you've taken your time to report, it'll get dealt with. But we're not going to tell you when issue closed. And it was literally closed, often the same day I opened it. What are we doing, if anything, differently in the current cycle in anticipation of those resident communications? And how are we working to communicate better with the residents about when they can expect something to be done, or if they can even expect something to be done?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Great question. So the crews are more engaged with Inglefix or Q Alert on our side of the house, and making sure that we're providing that. And back to some of the earlier points about having those 2 leads, being able to get out there and give a more firm time on, okay, we should be there this afternoon or something like that. So there's a continuing evolution of that communication, not only on snow and ice, but potholes and things like that. So we're also looking to start reporting some of that information coming out of how many requests were received and how many were closed and responded to and addressed in the field moving forward as a metric.
I love it. Thank you.
City Manager Lewis, is there something you wanted to add?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add that we do have a group that I believe next week is wrapping up their protocols for new, basically standard operating procedures. And I apologize that Deputy City Manager Dodd is not here to report on that, but they have come up with a comprehensive list of exactly how, when, and what we input into that system and how it's tracked and maintained. So,
I love it. Thank you.
All right, one other question since South Broadway came up, which made me think of City Center. There's currently a CAM agreement, and we're talking about the EAF dissolution coming up in the next couple weeks. Will there still be a common area maintenance agreement for City Center, or is this something else that Public Works is going to have to pick up as well?
Thank you. Great question. So the current discussions around EAF and the dissolution would be that there a property manager managed by the city is one of the options being discussed. It's currently anticipated that snow removal will still remain third party around the city center and on EAF, or what was formerly known as EAF properties.
Thank you very much, Director. Any other questions from members of council? All right. Well, Director, thank you very much, Deputy Director and Mr. Neal. Really appreciate your time tonight. And with that, everyone, we'll take a
Mayor?
10.
Sorry, are we gonna weigh in on?
Oh, that's right.
perspectives?
Actually, that was the question. So I did forget to ask, even though the screen is right here in front of me. We haven't given direction on side streets. So Member Noonekamp, did you want to weigh in?
I would be happy to. I'd like to see us move to this middle column here. Mike, the reason I think it's worth the investment when we think about what are we providing for our citizens, this is a health and safety issue for me. We have an aging population in Inglewood, and I think about their ability to navigate these streets, especially during and after large storms. We also have a significant vision impaired community in the city, a lot of pedestrians who are trying to walk. And to remember Ward's point about if sidewalks are sometimes clear and the streets aren't crossing. So I do think it's a worthwhile investment. I do have a question on this anticipated budget impact. Would that be something that we would consider for this 2024 budget that we're currently considering? Or would we need to allocate something in the meantime because it will start snowing before we switch budget years?
Great question. So on the budget supplemental side, with weather being such an unknown, I'm got my fingers crossed this year will be less. Although if you read the headlines with the Farmer's Almanac, they're going the other way. We would probably wait to 2024 to see if a budget supplemental was appropriate and tackle it from there.
That's helpful. Well, I do support that option.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
I'll note as a caveat to this comment, I live at the nexus of two primary streets, Tufts and Delaware. So I don't typically have a problem with snow or getting access to Broadway during snow events because I'm on primary streets. But I too favor the middle, just as the economic middle ground is concerned. I think it has a good combination of efficiency and actively doing the work that we need to do.
Member Anderson?
I'm in favor of the same.
Anyone differs with that viewpoint? No, I think I'm in favor of the middle as well, and it sounds like at the very least we're giving consensus on that as well. So, any further comments? Anything else I missed?
I'll just say I'm in favor of the middle one, mostly because in the winter, I find that because of the inconsistency of residents shoveling their sidewalks, the street ends up becoming the sidewalk. So most people in these residential areas are just gonna kind of meander out there. And if they're walking on, previously compressed, driven on snow, it turns into ice and then just layers on top of each other. So even if we were maximizing the dollar by just taking a quick pass and not putting any de-icer down, I'd still be in favor of that. If it means you're able to get more streets done quicker, yeah, go ahead and just give it a good pass, let the sun do the rest, and we'll be happier that there's that much less ice on the street.
Thank you, Member Kolnick. Don't see any further comments. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time tonight. I've been hearing the same about winter, so I'm not sure exactly whether I keep my fingers crossed or not, but have a good evening, everyone.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And with that, we are taking a 10-minute break. Let's meet back up, 12-minute break at 7:50. Thanks, everyone.
It's colder and longer. The snow's about the same. I take it from work, but I usually do it with an ego. It does just stick there for a while. Hey, Sean, how you doing? Good. Nice to meet you in person. I know. It's good today. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. We only have like 4 streets. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for all that. Sunday, we go on some material. Yeah. Legal emergency. Just like an episode of Parks and Rec. I knew I could just live. Yeah, no, instead of cruises, us.
Members of council, if you're able to be seated.
Different angles. All the same angle. A nice grid pattern.
Members of council, if you please be seated. Member Woodward, if you could please be seated. Third time's a charm. Third time's a charm. Where we at? So we are now on to 5D. We have Director of Public Works, Victor Racheal, Director of Utilities. Actually, we're not going to have Mr. Van Rye. Hello, Sarah. We have Deputy Director Sarah Stone, as well as Director of Community Development, Brad Power, here to discuss development and infrastructure.
And Mayor, I'll kick us off, particularly as Director Racheal is still speaking with the resident. This item was requested really to give council a sense of our infrastructure and the state of our infrastructure. Certainly, this was put together a little bit with a little bit less time than we would have loved to have had. But what I really appreciate about the individuals that are presenting tonight and the teams that are behind them is really the work that they had on hand to really be able to speak to the regulations, to the system capacity, and how we make sure that we are protecting the city from an infrastructure standpoint when we have new development. You'll see, some images and examples of, large to small multifamily, but we also want to focus really on what you all will be considering in Code Next with additional accessory dwelling units potentially, depending on how you decide on that. And each of these individuals is prepared to speak to that as well as they move through this information. So the way this will work is Brad Power, Director of Community Development, will be going over the current growth projections, historical planning, because I really feel like you all need to be grounded in what we've been planning for decades as a city. And then I think all of the individuals, particularly Victor and Sarah, will be talking about the regulations that we have in our code today that protect the public from development that strains capacity, that puts us over the limit of what we can really safely process from an infrastructure standpoint. And then talking about processes to ensure ratepayers aren't subsidizing that development. And then just our future, current capacity needs. So I'll turn it over to Director Power.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Between the 2020 census and a projection that staff recently asked DRCOG to provide to us, the 10-year growth projections for Englewood between 2020 and 2030 are just over 2,000 persons additional in terms of our population growth as it's forecasted as of today. Obviously, it's a snapshot in time, but that's what DRCOG has indicated that they believe will be added to the community over the next 7 or so years. Englewood, like a lot of the metro area, has tended to grow in cycles. And the graphic from the Denver Post that's here shows the number of larger multifamily projects that have been built over the years in the community by unit count and by decade. So that's what shows in terms of those apartment projects primarily. Multifamily developments have obviously been a focus of Englewood's development over the last 6 years. We're all very familiar with that. And some of those projects have included larger numbers of units, and obviously there's a fairly significant number of projects that have been built in the last 5 years and are still obviously under construction or planned. In terms of taking a look back, Englewood's historical growth, the evolution of the city's early zoning in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s established the zoning pattern that's largely intact today. You'll see in a minute some comparison slides between the 1960 zoning map and our contemporary map, and I'll highlight that in a moment. While our R1 areas have remained the largest land use by area, much of the recent residential development has taken place in the R2, the mixed use zones, the hospital zone districts, and through planned unit developments, also known as PUDs. It's interesting to note that the average household size in the United States is decreasing. It was 3.33 persons per household in 1960, and nationally it's declined to 2.5 in 2021. Englewood's current number is 2.1 persons per household in the community as of today. The draft code that has resulted from the Code Next project will not change any of the zoning district boundaries. So we're not rezoning the community through the plan or the proposed Code Next amendments. We're redoing the Unified Development Code. So the zoning districts and the boundaries will not change through your consideration of that. Should council adopt the draft or a further amended code based on your discussions that are still to take place, it will change development standards within those zone district boundaries, including allowing accessory dwelling units and other housing types in additional areas of the community. As one historical reference of one of the zoning districts, the development that we're experiencing today in the R2 zone, as an example, has actually been permitted for decades. And so one of the things that's happened as a result of that is it took a while for the market to realize that zoning permitted that level of development that we're seeing in terms of the duplexes and some of the other developments that we're seeing in the R2 areas. So that demand didn't really materialize in this community until the last 5 or 7 years, and obviously we're seeing that with the development that's happening throughout that district as an example. So this was the comparison that I indicated briefly earlier. You can see that with the exception of some of the light blue areas that are on the right-hand side, which represent the PUD developments that have been happening primarily over the last 20 or so years, and some rezoning that took place in the hospital district about 15 years or so ago. The larger context of the two zoning areas, they really are roughly contiguous with what has been in place for many, many years. However, the introduction of PUDs and the rezoning of the hospital district and other areas has resulted in additional redevelopment, particularly in the central area of the community. That being said, PUDs and other types of development, they are required, they do undergo review by our staff in order to determine their specific infrastructure needs. So if a project comes in and it creates some type of deficiency or upgrade requirement relative to its infrastructure or its contribution to the infrastructure system, the various staff through our development review team process identify those and require those infrastructure improvements to be made by the applicant. As you will hear in the following portions of the presentation, these types of projects must provide all of the required infrastructure upgrades that their development will cause an increase in demand for. So that being said, the review and approval of infrastructure requirements will continue to be a critical part of our development review process as the built environment in Englewood continues to evolve. So with that, I will turn it over to Victor and he'll resume the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Brad. So regarding infrastructure regulations and around development, how we go about that process. So city code enables and actually adopted various manuals and criteria, thereby empowering those criteria to be adopted and used as regulations as development continues to grow. So regulations around water usage can be found in city code under Title 11, Chapter 7, and that's the adoption of the 2020 Design and Construction Standards. Specifically inside that manual, section 1.3.8 under utility construction, that covers all our requirements around the utility construction, as well as looking at the capacity for the utility within that area. Sewer is also covered under Title 11, Chapter 7. Again, adoption of those 2020 design standards, section 1.3.8 under utility construction. Regarding streets and traffic, those can be found and adopted under, again, Title 11, Chapter 7, 2020 Design and Construction, specifically Section 1.2.2, Traffic Impact Study Guidelines. These guidelines mirror the national standard with respect to traffic impacts, how we go about that analysis, and what's expected of the consultants including analysis completed by a PE and a PTOE. That's a Professional Traffic Operations Engineer. Stormwater and drainage is actually in a separate section of City Code. That's Title 12, Chapter 5, Section 10. Inside that, adopting the drainage criteria manual. In that manual, Section 3.5 talks about detention requirements with respect to storage and water quality. And with that, I will turn it over to Sarah to talk a little bit more about water and sewer.
All right. Sorry, I'm really short on this chair. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Victor. So the Utilities Department has essentially a three-step process when a developer comes in with plans to for a development or ADU. We follow essentially these same three steps. So the first step is the developer comes in, submits the plans. Before they can move on to the next step, they are required to sign an application for water and or sewer connection. They also, depending on the size of the development, have to give us a deposit for our time to review their development plans. So in step two, the Utilities Department models any water and sewer impacts with our hydraulic models. Whatever the development might add to the system, we look at hydraulically, will that work? Do we have the capacity to fit the new development? With regards to ADUs, because the impact on the system is so small, we actually don't model those currently, but we do keep track of where that development is occurring, where those ADUs are being requested, and we'll monitor the capacity in the system. And if it gets to a point that adding another ADU would require the system to be increased in capacity in some way, we'd likely have to limit those ADU applications. In step three, the final step, that is where utilities has determined either, yes, there's enough capacity to add the development to the system. If there is, the plans get approved. If there's not, if there's an upsizing that needs to happen in either the water or the sewer system, we then communicate that to the developer. We let them know that it is their responsible to pay for that upsizing, and then as that conversation moves along, those plans would get approved as long as our our design standards are met, and we have come to agreement on what that upsize might look like. And I'll also just note that prior to construction, a developer is required to pay the system connection fees. So for water, that system connection fee varies by meter size. For the smallest meter size, which is a 3/4 inch meter, that's $20,122 in 2023. For the sewer system, it's $2,513, and that varies by meter size, so it goes up as the meter size increases. So like I mentioned, developers do pay their own way. They reimburse us for the engineering staff time as well as any third-party consultant we might use to evaluate a development as it comes in. They are required to reimburse us for those costs. Developers currently complete a sanitary sewer study, so that includes flow monitoring in the system, and then a professional engineer has to develop the sanitary sewer study, submit it to us, we review it, and then they reimburse us for that time. I will turn it back over to Victor.
Thank you, Sarah. Regarding drainage and traffic and developers paying their own way, developers are required to hire professional engineers with respect to both applications, specifically around drainage. They're required to meet our 2020 guidelines as well as the requirements for the drainage as adopted by City Code and our drainage manual. And they're there to make sure that their plans are in compliance as well as reviewing other studies in the area, making sure those are all being taken into account through that process with their modeling. If they cannot meet those requirements, then they have to mitigate any impacts, whether that's detention, upsizing the system, things of that nature, similar to what Sarah just commented on regarding water and sewer. Regarding traffic, it's somewhat similar. Again, those studies have to be completed by a professional engineer as well as a PTOE, Professional Traffic Operations Engineer. And those studies are reviewed by staff. What they do is similar to the flow monitor Sarah mentioned, they collect traffic data around the development per our criteria. They grow that number based on DRCOG growth models to account for growth outside of their development to the year they open. And then they add their traffic to it. And so they give us an existing conditions analysis, a baseline analysis, which is growing before the development, and then they give us a development in the future with baseline grown analysis. And we look at that based on our criteria to make sure they're meeting the LOS or the level of service for the network to make sure the impacts are there. And again, if that level of service drops below the minimum threshold, they have to mitigate that by improving the roadway, either adding turn lanes, widening the road, maybe adding a traffic signal, things of that nature. Some examples of how our regulations are enforced. This is specifically mostly around drainage. So the brewery on Acoma, additional analysis was required on that particular project until the criteria could be met. A proposed duplex on Baker required additional analysis. Unfortunately, they were not able to meet city requirements. That project was withdrawn because of that. A multifamily residential complex also required some upsizing and detention. And there's a list of 4 examples there where they had to go in and modify the system to meet our criteria and not have an impact on the system, including Inglewood Station, the Emerson, Inglewood Apartments, and the trails at Lehigh. I would note that we are coordinating with community development on ADUs and would be looking at the same criteria to apply. Not all ADUs require a site plan per se. Some do, and they are all tracked through building permits. So we have a sense of where those ADUs are at and the impact they're having on our network with respect to traffic and stormwater. And I'll turn it back to Sarah to talk a little bit more about water.
Okay, with respect to the capacity, the current capacity in the water system, we have very senior water rights that do have the ability to serve a population of between 50 and 55,000 residents. And we evaluate the capacity and the use of those rights based on a number of demand scenarios and make sure that that also fits with our capacity in the water system. So for the Allen Water Treatment Plant, that treatment plant is rated at 28 MGD, or million gallons per day of treatment capacity. We currently, on a peak day, so on a very hot day in the summer, we average about 12 MGD, so there's definitely adequate capacity, treatment capacity to serve the growing population. There could be limitations in the pipe network, and we have found those. There's 3 examples here listed. The Washington Street example, the hydraulic model indicated that the line on the block of that development needed to be upsized, so that developer is responsible for upsizing that pipeline. On Pearl Street, the developer will be upsizing that line as well. It's a 4-inch main that's going up to an 8-inch main. The Jason Street example is also an upsize that's currently a 6-inch main, and it will require an 8-inch main to serve the development. So similarly, if we look at the sewer system, so South Platte Renew as a regional facility serves a population of about 300,000. It also has more than adequate capacity for the growing population within Inglewood and then within the service area of the South Metro districts that it serves. So currently it's rated as a 50 MGD plant. And it averages around 20 MGD as a max treatment capacity. And then there are no known issues in the collection system. However, we have a couple examples here where the flow monitoring and the analysis done on the sanitary sewer survey required the developer to either reroute their sewer flows through a different collection main, or in the case of the Baker example, they actually are looking for service from Metro because our infrastructure doesn't have the capacity to serve them.
Specifically regarding streets, so residential streets are generally built 50 to 60 foot right-of-way widths with 32 to 40 feet pavement widths, allowing for parking, sidewalk, and through lanes. As previously mentioned, developers hire engineers who perform a TIS or traffic impact study to check the level of service there, so they collect turning movement volumes at each intersection. And it's done in the peak hour, so they collect the AM peak and the PM peak. And what they look for are the highest consecutive 15-minute intervals. So you get the highest peak hour. They'll collect about a 4-hour window and look for the highest volume there. So they're analyzing the worst case scenario and adding their traffic to that peak hour, which is consistent with industry standard. The map to the right in this particular graphic shows a graphic from an actual TIS that was submitted to the city that shows those peak hour volumes in the AM and the PM, and sometimes Saturday, if appropriate. Usually that's more retail in nature. Residential, the peak hour volumes coincide with what you see for the AM and PM going to and from work. Those, as mentioned, those volumes, if they exceed the capacity, then the developer's got to modify or propose a way to mitigate their additional traffic on our streets. There's a number of ways they can do that. It could be adding traffic signal if a level of service at a stop sign is not appropriate and it meets the specific warrants, is outlined in something called the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, or the MUTCD, which again is a national standard that's adopted by the state through the Model Traffic Code. And if there's an existing intersection, they can look at turn lanes might be effective, even through lanes might be effective. Again, this is at the developer's cost to mitigate any level of service impacts where it dips below the threshold of our requirement. On the right-hand side of this page, you can kind of see an analysis of the 2020 existing. So this is existing volumes before the developer grew those to their build year or added their traffic. 2022 background is where they grew the volumes without adding their traffic. And then kind of in the middle of that chart, you got the 2022 background plus traffic. They also go out to project continued growth in the area based on DRCOG growth rate models to 2040, as well as 2040 plus their background traffic. Again, we're looking for a failure in the network that the developer needs to address because of their added traffic onto our streets. Regarding stormwater, we've seen some improvements in our stormwater, mostly from maintenance at this point. Keeping the pipes clean, so that way we know that 24-inch pipe is performing at a 24-inch capacity. Again, going through that network, we've completed the north half of the city through our surveying and mapping process this year. We'll be doing the south half again next year under contract. We did have, as I think most are aware, some lack of maintenance in the past, which resulted in reduced capacity. Our current efforts to clean those pipes, document those pipes, get them into our system is helping address that and making sure they're performing at peak capacity based on what the system looks like in the ground today. And if a development exceeds those runoff capacities, they have to address that. Again, that's either detention or modifying the system and releasing at a slower rate so that they don't affect that hydraulic grade model or the water level in the pipe during those events, so that the existing network performs at or better than pre-developed conditions. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, everyone, for the presentation tonight. We'll start off with Member Russell, and then we'll move right.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. So I have a question, because you've said this 2 or 3 times, that if they exceed that, they have to upgrade whatever it is, whether it's stormwater or whatever. Is that all have to be upgraded before they've actually built the building? What happens if we start having problems after they're done?
So they're required before they can get their certificate of occupancy that all those improvements have to be done and met and constructed per plans. So those plans are done by the professional engineers. If there's a problem, then the city would engage with that developer and their licensed engineer to identify the problem, and it would be on the developer to address that.
Okay, so why haven't we done it at Oxford Station? That has been breaking down ever since it was built. And have we gone back to them? No, we have not.
Specific to the sinkhole, which I can speak to, Oxford Station was not the contributing factor to the sinkhole issue. That was a pipe failure due to a joint and honestly construction methods that were not consistent with today's current practices.
And Oxford Station was allowed to violate the standards even of that day. They were allowed to, instead of building a detention pond, to put their stormwater drainage directly in our system where 3 other systems converge. Now, how are we going to fix that problem? Because this is the 3rd time in less than 5 years that we've had sinkholes in that very close proximity.
We do have the South Englewood Storm Basin project out for bid. And based on where Oxford Station is compared to the outfall, there's something called time of concentration. That is the time it takes for the last raindrop that hits the site to get into the system and all the way to the outfall. Because of their proximity, they're considered, probably not a technical term, but more of a first flush. Their water makes it out of the system before water upstream based on time of concentration. And that's the time it takes that water drop based on the slope of the pipe and the size of the pipe to reach the same point in the system. So Oxford Station's water, and this is based on their analysis and staff confirmed reviewing it, makes it out of the system before other water impacts it and causing a rise in water elevation.
Thank you. Now, I appreciate you have not been here that long. And I do also appreciate the fact that we had neglected the storm sewer system for years, and it wasn't cleaned out. But now it has been cleaned out, and we're still experiencing those problems we have there. And so obviously, there is a bigger problem. And we have a citizen that comes on a regular basis that is concerned about the upper basin, the South Englewood Basin, the upper basin. That detention pond absolutely needs to be built, but I don't think it is going to fix the problems at the upper basin. And so my issues are, we have problems with developers, we have projects that are built, and we're having problems now, and we're not going back to the developers. So how did the city make those mistakes in allowing it to be done? I guess what I'm asking is, why are we trusting the developers to do the studies for us instead of us setting the standards and making them live up to what we're asking them to do?
And we do have those standards in the 2020 manual as well as the drainage manual. So the standards are also discussed with Mile High specific to drainage. And my understanding specific to Oxford Station is that that was confirmed and the approach was agreed to by not only staff, but Mile High Flood District at the time for the detention requirements around Oxford Station. And on the sinkhole specifically, again, that one is definitely a materials failure, not specific to Oxford Station. That is a maintenance challenge there where the joint on a metal pipe was not collared, should have been a manhole, and what we experienced would never have happened if that was the case.
And I also think there were other problems that supposedly were fixed before you came that weren't, like the sinkhole at the bottom of Rotolo Park. And so that happened. The people that live right next door to that sinkhole, every time it would rain, there would be a sinkhole in the street. The Public Works Department would go, fill up the hole with dirt, repave it, and do nothing to fix the problem. I think we got that problem fixed now.
Yes, ma'am, we did. That one, again, construction methods did not meet best practice for today. We had a larger oval-shaped pipe inserted around a smaller pipe, which left plenty of voids for water to get through. That has been cut out and replaced with a manhole, sealed and jointed on all sides. The South Englewood Storm Drainage Basin will also redirect flows away from that pipe. The pipe will still be there, but it'll be a secondary pipe that will take only super high-level flows. Flows will be directed to the new pipe straight from Rotolo Park to the South Englewood Storm Drainage Basin detention pond.
All right, thank you. And I just have one other question because I know other people have questions also. And that is on the traffic studies. There were like 4 or 5 properties that were approved along the Windermere corridor, some of them over more closer to Hampton, but it's still going to impact that corridor. And they all use the same traffic studies. Not one of those had been completed. And so when they all get completed, I think we're going to find out that they way underestimated the problem traffic is going to be there then. What are we going to do about that then?
I would need to look into the specifics, but they should be accounting for growth, which includes some redevelopment within the network. But they should also be sharing information, and staff should be pointing out that there is an adjacent development when a traffic study comes in that says, hey, you need to not only account for the growth in the model, but you also need to account for this development 1 block over or whatever it may be, adding additional traffic to the network to make sure that in the end, if everything gets built per plan, that it's accounted for and performs at an appropriate level of service.
Okay, and just one other thing. I know that the caliber study, which was done, I believe, in 2018, did go back and quote a study, one of the studies from 1971, that they said no high density should be built along the Windermere corridor until the stormwater infrastructure and the other infrastructure was upgraded in that area. And I think some of the problems we're experiencing now is because we have increased high density and we haven't fixed the infrastructure. Thank you.
Yes,
Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Anderson.
I think you talked a little bit about this, but in our discussions about our most recently approved PUD, there were questions that came up regarding what exactly is a traffic impact study. Is there a definitive line between what is or is not a traffic impact study? Is there specific checkboxes that a developer has to check, or someone specifically who has to do it, or how exactly do we determine whether or not what is submitted to us is valid and timely?
Yeah, so our traffic study guidelines are very detailed and outlined in that 2020 design specifications manual. There should be a link to that in the packet. That outlines the process and the requirements that it has to be completed by a traffic engineer with a PE and a PTOE, but it includes the steps that need to be in there. So staff are checking those steps and making sure that they're done correctly, they're modeled correctly, they're using something called trip generation that's appropriate for their project, and using a conservative approach and not cutting any corners.
Great. The other question I have, or one other question I have, is there was a reference to a development on Baker connecting to another district, and I'm having a hard time understanding how it could be more economical to connect to another district than it would be to somehow figure out a way to tie into ours.
Sure, so that specific development that you're referencing, it's that they would have to upsize a portion of our sewer system to do that. So they're evaluating, they may not go with Metro, but they are right on the edge of our service area and Metro service area. So it may be more economical for the developer to connect to Metro.
And we allow people to opt out of our service area generally by policy. We don't have a requirement that if you're in our district, you have to connect to our.
On the I'd have to turn to Stephanie on that one. So so they can opt out and go to Metro if it's right on the border there, but we would give approval for that.
Okay, and then another similar question is in regards to the sizing of water mains. It seems like that would be a very, very expensive endeavor.
Sure.
Yet somehow it is still economically feasible for a developer to upsize our water main for however long they need to and build the development there?
Yeah, so so the difference between water and sewer is a gravity system, water is pressurized system. So there's several different points of water that the pipes feed various areas. So because the network of the pipe system is such that you can get feeds from various areas, there aren't these huge long lines of required, upsizing of pipes, because there's likely another feed that's can satisfy the development.
Okay, that's helpful. And then my last question is in regards to stormwater. I'm sorry, I just forgotten. In the case of even Oxford Station, but also the Sam's development that we've recently done the PUD on, when I look at those places, I see a space that was 100% occupied with non-permeable surfaces before we developed it. What is the net difference on stormwater from building on a place that's non-permeable to start with and adding a building in that location? Is there any actual impact to stormwater?
A good question. So that's a requirement of our analysis, is to look at that. What does it look like pre-development versus post-development with the added requirement of water quality? I would imagine, I'm not familiar with Oxford before it was built, but I'm very familiar with Sam's Auto. It does not have what we call water quality. So it's not actually treating the water, it's just dumping it straight into the storm drain as it is today. Current requirements in line with Mile High require what's called water quality. So we're treating for sediment and trying to get it out of the system. It means they have to detain it for longer to get that sediment to fall out of the water column before it enters into the system. So there are requirements now that didn't exist when Sam's Auto was built that would reduce the water quality or volume going into the system, as well as the time that that volume is entering into the system.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, it could be reasonably argued that new development actually improves our management of stormwater rather than detracts from it.
I would say that that's accurate, but it's going to depend on site by site. If you have a new site and you're redeveloping it, that impact's going to be, from a positive standpoint, less on our network. If you have an older site that predates our current requirements, redevelopment will only help the network. And our engineers would be checking to make sure their engineers are doing it per our requirements.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Racheal, for all the work that's, actually all of you, for all the work that's gone into this. It's such a last minute. It's really helpful to have all this information at our disposal here. I wanted to follow up a little bit on the traffic study, because just to explore some of the checks and balances on that. I know there's been some concern that perhaps a developer would hire an engineer that might just, as was mentioned, cut some corners or come up with a traffic study that's favorable to the developer. You've already said that we're checking on that to make sure that they're meeting our requirements in the manual. What would happen if somehow they got around that and we discovered it after the fact that they'd been cutting those corners? Would there be any consequences for an engineer that was cutting the corners on a traffic study?
I think it would depend on exactly what transpired and where it is in the process. So similar to plan review, the traffic study is submitted to the city for review through our development review process. And we go back and forth on comments. We provide them comments, they fix it, they resubmit. We're checking those comments. We're trying to make sure all the I's and the T's, or I's dotted, T's crossed. And we're using a licensed traffic engineer on our side. Full transparency, traffic is a little bit of my background, so I have a little bit of a passion there too, and love to maybe push staff a little bit further on some of that to make sure we're getting what we're supposed to get, including reviewing some of the modeling software to make sure it's accurate and there's no shortcuts being taken. We would need, if something were to get through the system, we would need to see where we are in the process, what happened. We would need to engage with our legal counsel. But there's an engineering code of ethics, and if things went really, really sideways, there could be some discussion around what that might look like when on a licensing board.
Very good. One other question on the stormwater detention. Is there stormwater detention analysis required for single-family redevelopments or an addition of a garage or new building or something like that?
It would depend on the level of the redevelopment. Kind of as I mentioned on ADUs, we're keeping track of that. There is some impact to the network, so we want to make sure that it's not a significant impact and that there's not additional runoff coming to the network. Generally, that's addressed through what's called a drainage letter, simply saying, okay, here's the lot, here's how much impervious square footage we have, and here's how we're changing that. We're either adding impervious or we're not. Sometimes what we see is there's a trade-off. Someone will put in an expansion on their house, but they're taking out a section of their driveway to account for that. Would be a net zero offset on impervious, similar to some of the previous comments about redevelopment and what the network impacts are. So we are looking at that, and it's, again, application specific.
And I will just say, I've seen this in practice. I have a constituent that built a new garage and he ended up having to put in a small little detention pond. So I know it's happening, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. Member Woodward, do you still have a question? So your light off. But City Clerk, we also lost the presentation.
My light tends to turn itself off.
Go ahead, Member Woodward.
I have a few questions here. Baker Development, is that up on the hill where the old Baker School, or not Baker School, but Colorado's Finest used to be next to Baker Park?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. With the water rights number here, it says 50 to 55,000. Does that include what we sell or lease to Centennial Water?
It does not. That's our raw water, that's raw water sales. So this is our water that is delivered directly to Inglewood. Now, the Centennial agreement is surplus water. So if we got to the point that we would need to limit what we offer Centennial, we can do that through that contract.
So, okay, so over 55,000. The number of I've heard in the past, and I'm talking about years ago now, is that we had water rights that would provide for somewhere around 65 to 70,000 people. So that's why I was just trying to get clear in my head what's going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that 50 to 55,000, that's a conservative number, and that's no changes to any infrastructure. We wouldn't have to invest in additional capacity to get water to the treatment plant. That's where, those water rates come into play, where we can increase the size of that delivery infrastructure to ensure that we can get additional water to the city.
Thank you. Let's see. I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Member Woodward. Member Noonan-Camp, did your light turn off as well?
It did.
There we go. See, we're not singling out Member Woodward. Go ahead, Member
I think
Noonan-Camp.
we have too many lights on at the same time. I just want to say thank you so much to staff for preparing this. I know it was a fire drill. It's very helpful for us to have this information before we go into the votes over the next few weeks. And I wanted to talk a little bit more about the drainage piece, specifically as it relates to ADUs, because I think that's where we've had a lot of questions from the community around if we're covering more of the permeable land that we have right now in the city. And I know that that doesn't require a site plan, but it would require maybe this drainage letter. But we're tracking them through building permits. We know where they're at. We're keeping watch over the system. Would we get to a place, let's say we have a huge, boom in ADU construction in the city, which I don't think will happen, but if that does, would we stop issuing permits if we ever got to a place where we weren't comfortable with the drainage capacity?
I think it would depend on the area. Short answer is yes, there would be a limit. It could depend on the drainage basin. It would also maybe depend on if the homeowner was willing to mitigate that impact. There's a number of options that might be available. One of those options would certainly be we wouldn't allow it because the system couldn't handle it.
It's very helpful. Thank you.
Member Kolnick.
Okay. Well, I'm a bit of a traffic nerd myself, and I looked through the analysis that you guys had online for the modeling projections. And it was interesting because pretty much all the residential streets are a level of service A in the city. So pretty much every R1 district has level of service A. What I also thought was interesting is that in the projection by 2040, all of the residential streets are still level service A, which I guess isn't that surprising. They're pretty wide, and I'm assuming that the analysis makes the assumption that growth is basically going to happen in the same areas that it's growing right now. It just kind of grows at a consistent rate between the current zones as it is growing. Is that kind of the right assumption?
Yeah, generally what we see, the intersection analysis is typically the failure point in the network because of all the turning movements, stop signs, traffic signals. There is a level of service for each roadway segment. I would agree, looking at some of the numbers, Dr.Cog actually has a traffic count website. You're able to go look at traffic counts that are on Dr. Cog website for various networks, and these are something they sometimes collect or are given to them. Most of our local roadways, like you said, are at a level service A. The volumes are somewhere between 200 to maybe 800, generally speaking. And depending on which criteria you're looking at to get to a level service D, you're in the thousands, which are not anticipated for our grid network. That's the nice thing about a grid network. Everybody trends towards those local roadways. they have higher speed limits, they have less stop signs, and that's why we have a grid, is to push those vehicles towards those higher volume roadways, which are designed to handle those higher volume roadways and not push them into the neighborhoods.
So is it fair to say that if, there, say 15 years from now, there's an ADU on every house in R1 districts, would we still see a level of service comparable to what we have right now in terms of traffic?
From a segment analysis, you may see it drop to like a B.
Okay.
And again, it would also depend on, if we're saying every residential, it would depend on how many vehicles are gonna be there. As Brad touched on, our, population has dropped, I forget, was it 2.1 roughly per home?
That's household size.
Household size. So if you think about an ADU, we're not talking about a large structure typically. I'm sure families would move into them, but how many vehicles would be associated with that? We would also take a look at the Institute of Transportation Engineers, the ITE trip generation manual, and I'm sure they're actively collecting data. I have not taken a look at it on ADUs and how many trips does an ADU generate. They collect thousands of data points nationwide and give you a calculation to use for that. That would be something to keep a pulse on and that we'd be interested in seeing. That would inform the answer to your question.
Okay.
How many ADUs, how many trips does that add to the network based on all the data points that are collected nationwide?
Okay. The other question I had was about the service mains, as you kind of talk about how the process for a building permit and what that service main work entails. So it looked like there was the meter and then the connection to the main themselves or itself if you have to do a new build. Is that correct?
That is correct. Your question is around redevelopment, if the service main has to be replaced, is that? Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
And so is there, I know in Denver, they had a big challenge where older ADUs were just daisy chaining basically off of the current service main. And so now they have to, if an ADU gets built, that's like a detached structure, they have to do a full new service main. Is that, will we be requiring that as well?
No, they do not. So ADUs do not. They
Okay.
are connected because their demand is so small. There's not the need to have their own service line either on the water or the sewer. So they would connect to the main the service line that's already in place. So we had an example of this come up earlier this year where a property wanted to subdivide and create a duplex essentially. In that case, we required, because they wanted to sell that other half of the duplex, we required that they install a separate main. So as long as the ADU is staying with the property and with that property owner, they can connect to the existing service line.
As long as that is adequate for.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Member Russell?
I just have one, and this might be for the city attorney, because if the council goes ahead and allows ADUs, and then down the road, we begin to see that, oh, there's too many. And so we start to limit them. Would the city be liable for a takings if we limit them at that point instead of limiting them when we first start?
That's actually a pretty extensive legal analysis, and so I'm not comfortable giving it on the fly, but I will get it to you in writing after this meeting. I want to make sure it's completely right, and I'm not comfortable that I would be able to give you 100% accuracy and detail just sitting here tonight.
Okay, thank you, because I think it's something that we need to know before we go ahead and approve it without thinking through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? Directors and Deputy Director, thank you very much for your time tonight. Very thorough analysis and really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, moving on to the next agenda item, we have Director Jackie Loh here to talk about the draft proposal for the 2024 operating and capital budget. Good evening, Director Loh.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Staff will review the draft proposed 2024 operating and a capital budget with you. All the directors are present or online to answer any questions you may have. We want to break down the presentation in the following components. First, we want to debrief council the changes to the budget calendar. We will revisit our revenue assumptions and review the expenditures, including one-time and enhancements. We also want to review with you the impact of the expenditures on the general fund balance. And we will review the CIP request. Finally, the fund balance for all the funds, including enterprise funds. This schedule lists all the discussions we have had with council about our operating and capital budget. And the Budget Advisory Committee reviewed their annual report with council tonight. And we're going to review our proposal about the 2024 operations and capital budget. And after tonight, we're going to produce the budget manual for council, and we're going to post all the information online before August 28th. Then we're going to have the public hearing on September 11th. We'll give the committee members 2 weeks to review our proposal. Then we're going to have the first ordinance reading on September 18th and second on October 2nd, 2023. Want to make council aware during the public hearing on September 11th, in the past, we usually have one more workshop to respond to any council's questions, but because the change to schedule, we have to answer the public comments during the public hearing night on September 11th. We will not have additional workshop to revisit their comments. So just want to bring this to council's attention. Yeah, let's take a look at a financial outlook and how it affects our general fund. Last week, we revisited the CPI, the national CPI. Here's information about the CPI. U means urban. The CPI for the Denver, Aurora, Lakewood. You can see in the past 12 months, from July 2022 to July 2023, the CPI urban increased by 4.7%. Last July, the CPI was around 8.5%. The last month, it was about 4.5%. So just want to give you the CPI adjustment, the increase in the past year. And this is another way to review our economic indicator. This information is from Colorado Legislative Council. The information from June report, you can see the 2023 CPI is estimated at 4.6%, 2024 3.2%. When we present the information to council in April, we use the March economic indicators, which was higher than the June 2023 estimates. Yeah, 4.6 for 2023, 3.2 for 2024. This leads to our revenue assumptions based on a historical trend and economic indicators. We estimate the sales use tax revenue will increase by 4% from 2023 amended budget, including all our estimates. And the property tax revenue was changed when we reviewed with council in June from 14% to 30%. This based on the assessed property value. What does this mean is if we estimate the property increase by 14%, that will give the city $724,000. 30% will give us $1.5 million. The difference is about $827,000. But you may be aware Initiative 21 currently is in the Supreme Court, Colorado Supreme Court. If that initiative passes, the property taxes will limit to the increase at 3%, which will be 1.5% decrease from our assessment. Just want to bring this to your attention. And this is the general fund sources based on the taxes and fees, and you can see the comparison to our 2023 estimate. This also includes the sales use tax increases for public works and police. You can see the contribution for component units and a transfer in to the general fund. Total 70 million source of funds. This is the proposed expenditure budget. The salary wage expenditures increased by 5% from the 2023 baseline. The 2023 baseline includes a 5% COLA adjustment, 2% inflationary adjustment for salaries, and 1 million class account implementation. Other non-personnel expenditures increased by 10%. This includes enhancements above our 2022 actual expenditures plus CPI adjustments and enhancements. We're going to go over the enhancements by departments with council shortly. And medical insurance expenditure increased by 5.5%. We also put 1.7 million in the contingency. Also, the citywide projects. The 1 million is for the additional class account study results. 700,000 is for the PTO payout for employees severed from the city, and also other centralized programs such as computer equipment for new employees and tuition reimbursement program. In 2024, the staff is going to enter into labor negotiations with EEA, Inglewood Employee Association, and EPBA, Inglewood Police Benefits Association, for another 2 years contract. This is a way to show the uses of funds. We allocated the 1 million by numbers of employee for 2023 amendment. You can see 2024 proposed uses of funds are 75.4 million. That include 400,000 contribution to component units. That's our estimated TIF for EDDA, 400,000. And 4.7 million is for additional unassigned fund balance for a CIP request. We're going to review with council shortly. This is another way to review our expenditures. Previous slides show the expenditures broken down by departments. This is expenditures broken down by categories: personnel, commodities, contractual services, capital, debt service, and transfer out from general fund to other component units or other funds. So you can see the difference between the 2023 amendment and 2024 proposed budget. This is another way to see the salaries wage increase. During under the informational data portion, we give you 3 perspectives. The first one, our City of Inglewood employee group wage increase for 2024 proposal include 5% increase as part of a COLA. This is also our contract agreement with EEA and EPBA. And also some employees are eligible for class account additional increase based on the class and composition study results. Another data point is for Colorado State salary wage increase for the fiscal year, 5% across the board with no merit increase. And third data point is Colorado economic indicators for wage and salary income percentage increase for public and private sector. For 2024 increase, approximately 5.9% increase. You can see the 3-year average increase and 5-year average. Just want to give you other data point for our 2024 proposal. This is another way to see our salary benefits increase. Benefits compared to 2023 increased by probably 400,000. Salary is probably 3.4 million compared to salaries. This is a general fund. You can see the revenue expenditures. The council's directive to have a recurring revenue cover recurring expenditures. but we revised the financial policy that allow the city to use unassigned fund balance for certain items such as loan to other fund or component unit, one-time operational request, capital request. So we're going to give a council breakdown. Our revenues for 2024 is probably 70 million, 69.9. The 100,000 is the transfer in. Expenditures, you can see we have operation shortfalls where most of the shortfall is expenditures exceeding revenues will be covered by unassigned fund balance for one-time request. And what is the transfer out? 5 million. There's three components. One is 4.2 million to CIP request. When we review the CIP request list with council in June, we asked council, are you willing to consider allocate 2 million, 3 million, or 4 million for CIP request? So just want to show council, if we allocate 4.2 million from unassigned fund balance to CIP, how will this affect our fund balance of general fund? And another 400,000, as I indicated, is TIF, tax incremental financing to EDDA, 400,000. Another is 500,000 for the sales of Bronco Stadium proceeds. We received 1.1 million last year. We allocated 617,000 for operation this year. We are going to use the remainder, the 500,000. We'll move the balance out of the general fund balance, but move it to the conservation trust fund for the Bellevue train purchase. So you can see 5 million seems high, but we can break this down very clearly for council's consideration. Then you can see if we fund every capital project request, we transfer money to EDDA, and the balance for the proceeds from the Bronco sales, stadium sales, we will bring down the fund balance to 18 million. Want to show council. This is a transfer out. You can see probably 5 million. This include ARPA funding. It will be added to our source of fund. Also, the Denver Bronco sale proceeds transfer out 500,000. We are requesting council to consider allocate 4.2 million from unassigned fund balance to PIF for capital project. Also ask council consider to use $350,000 from unassigned fund balance to fund the one-time enhancement. So you can see 354 will be used to fund this shortfall 300,000, and also give you a breakdown. What does that 5 million consist of? Then we're going to review what does the 18 million consist of? You can see if we fund all the project requested with unassigned fund balance, we have only 8 million. Now let's go over the composition of our fund balance. By law, we are required to have 3% of revenue for Tabor emergency reserve. If there is a rainy day need, we can tap into Tabor, however, need to refund the balance within a year. It operates more like a consumer credit card. Then later is long-term assets reserve fund committed by council, close to 100,000 as a result of sale of long-term assets. Council committed this amount, but council can uncommit amount, and the balance will go to unassigned fund balance. ARPA restriction, we are going to spend down the remaining ARPA funding in general fund in 2024. Also, we plan to use the Bronco sales proceeds 500,000 for a capital project. That, and also by the financial policy, we're going to reserve 16.7% of revenue as unrestricted reserve. Then this will still, after we fund everything, we still have 4 million unassigned fund balance. So if you add 11.7 plus 4.1, total 15.8%. Just want to give council an overall perspective. If we fund everything, what does this mean to our fund balance? And what are we going to do with the remaining unassigned fund balance of $4 million. Before I go to the talk about enhancements by departments funds, does council have any questions about our revenue assumptions, our request for?
Sure. Member Noonekamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's so helpful. I have a question about the later fund, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been 3 or 4 years now since the city council spent down the significant balance that was in that fund on infrastructure projects. There's a little bit left in that fund. Is it just staying there because you're waiting for council to give direction to get rid of it? There's no reason we need to keep it, right? So we could dump the money into unassigned fund and we could just remove the later fund altogether and clean up the fund slide.
Correct.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Wasn't that long ago, was it? Okay.
It was before I was on council. That's when I was on the back.
Sounds good. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, that was, to clarify, one of my first orders of business when I was appointed to this body in 2021 was to slay the beast that is leader. So I'm supportive of getting rid of the long-term asset reserve. My question for you is the question that comes up from time to time when we do the monthly financial reports, which is we have a picture of our finances here. They look to be healthy to me. The future looks bright. Every year we plan for a certain amount of revenue and somehow magically we end up getting more. When does the plane crash into the mountain?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ward. Yeah, I did a list of some. There are 2 types of questions. One is when recession happens, what are we going to do? And what about, can we continue having enough recurring revenue to cover recurring expenditures? So I will answer your first question about recession. When the recession does come, the whole entire organization will be laser focused. We went through the process in 2008. It's my understanding we had a hiring freeze. We moved the fund from other funds to general funds. We have furlough. We can change the level of service. The most important question for council is, before we go take extreme steps, would the council allow us to tap into unrestricted reserve, that 11.7 million. That's for the rainy day fund. When the rains pour, we'll be allowed to access the funding. So definitely it's staff efforts and also council support. But in the past few years, I call the COVID surprises, pleasant surprises. We receive, first our sales use tax increased by 16%. We call that pleasant surprise. The CARES Act, 3.2 million from the federal. ARPA funding, 8.7 million. These are all surprises. And we have stimulus money for the individuals and for municipalities. I have a Tabor refund. We have the proceeds from the Bronco Stadium. So the past 2 years, we did have some additional funding. When recession comes, we definitely go through the due diligence process and do the hard work, but we do need a council support. Would you council allow us to access the unrestricted reserve?
I appreciate that. I think one of the more stark aspects of this budget to me personally is we're crossing that $70 million line and into $75 million, which for some reason just kind of rings to me as a hard number. I come through my many years at the Budget Advisory Committee of budgets that were less than $50 million in the general fund. So that's a 50% increase in the amount of funding. And it's been my experience that government has a tendency to expand a lot easier than it contracts. And it hurts a heck of a lot more when it contracts. So one of my focuses on the dais is to ensure that we, to the extent that we do grow government, we grow it at a pace that's manageable and sustainable and doesn't cause significant harm to our community when the state of the economy changes and we have to contract suddenly as opposed to in a more organized manner. So I appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Member Russell?
Thank you. And I appreciate those questions. If the worst case scenario, how long would $11.7 million sustain us?
Yeah, this is a great question. If we need to tap into the unrestricted reserve, we need to give council a plan. What steps are we going to take? Like I mentioned, hiring freeze or move funding from some other fund balance. We have some other opportunities. Do we need to negotiate better with all the contracts? Can we do less, do more with less? What's the funding opportunities with audit, collection, and also potential development will get additional funding for plan review fees. So I did see concerns. We did see the opportunities, and definitely it's more important to take necessary steps to control the costs. And also we'll need to, like I mentioned, what's the level of service the council and the community members will support.
I appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Russell. And Director Loh, before I go to City Manager Lewis, we kind of went through this in 2020 when COVID hit, right? So we kind of held back on actually, filling any open positions within the city when we were worried about revenues increasing or decreasing at that point. We held off on actually moving forward with projects. We were a little bit more diligent with the budget when we had concerns that we were going to have shortfalls. So I think we kind of take those steps before, even though we have an approved budget, we still hold off. And I know City Manager Lewis, you kind of, work with staff to kind of identify where we're going to be, holding steady instead of making cuts, because we didn't do any furloughs at that point in 2020 either. We just, we took additional steps. But go ahead, City Manager Lewis, in terms of a further response.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, to your point, we actually did schedule furloughs as a means of cost cutting, but as Director Loh has reported, we really had that COVID surprise with actually increased sales tax during that period. But we have a number of tools and levers to really kind of start controlling costs, ramping down costs. I think after the second week of the shutdown, we had identified 2.1 million within the budget in terms of ways to reduce costs. And so we would certainly be back into a situation like that, and we can do that. What I do want to point out, though, when we talk about the ongoing challenges of the budget, is the fact that the work that we're doing in compensation and classification, that study with the $1 million that you put into it this year, plus the 0.7 in the inflationary increase, plus the $1 million that we're proposing in this year's budget for 2024, there's a cumulative effect of that. And we know that that does create long-term, a bigger challenge and a more strain on the organization to control costs when we do that. But I think to the point of the Budget Advisory Committee, I think I heard that echoed in the comments from Member Neal. Our concern about the continued loss of staff and the turnover that we've had being not an employer of choice, an underpaid per market standards organization, has cost the city and the residents of Inglewood far more than what you're seeing to really get us towards a market-based approach. But even with the million, if you choose to put it in this year, we're still not going to be at market. But it's going to get us a long ways, and we think that we are prepared to, deal with the consequences of a major downturn that would cause us to have to really tighten the belt, freeze hiring, potentially lay off, potentially furlough. We are always, ready to do that if the need arises. But we feel like that the cost of not acting on this comp and class study is far greater. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Lewis. Any further comments? Go ahead, Director Loh. I'm going to step away real quick to get some more coffee, but you may proceed.
Thank you. Now I want to revisit definition of enhancements. Enhancements is the cost above the 20-hour baseline. Our 2022 actuals adjusted by CPI for 2023-2024. We use the March number published by the Colorado legislature staff. You can see CPI is 4.9%. For 2024, 3.5%, because we use that as for 2022 actual as a baseline. Anything above that would provide more services as enhancement. We also give you a few examples, such new repurposes FTE, expanding existing services, new or increased operating expenditures, some capital outlay. And here's the summaries. Proposed enhancements by departments. You can see total request FTE is 4 FTEs. We also convert to library associates from part-time to full-time. You can see ongoing requests is close to 1.7 million. One-time request is 601,000. Of the 601,000, 247,000 is related to ARPA. That's allocated in city manager's office. We're going to go over the enhancement by department very quickly. If council has any questions, the directors are present to answer any questions.
Actually, Director Loh, before we move further, Mayor Pro Tem's got a question.
How does half a full-time employee in IT cost $250,000? Are those fields backwards?
Oh, this is not just for personnel, that include other requests as well. We just list the FTE on this slide.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So this is city manager's office. You can see the enhancement request, the FTE, ongoing request, and a one-time. Then we'll move forward quickly.
Mayor?
There was a question.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Member Nunkamp.
I have one about the management fellow. City manager, can you remind us what that person, it's a 1-year pilot. What would that person be tasked with doing?
Right, so what we have found in the city manager's office, really with the combination of the GIS division, which is now part of the city manager's office, and the sustainability office, is that our need for special project management has become very great. I would say, in addition, when we look at council request management, council constituent responses and outreach, those items are extremely important, and they take away time that would otherwise be spent on more kind of strategic, long-term visioning, execution, projects, et cetera. So we really see this as an opportunity for, the city manager's office, GIS, and sustainability to share someone to really kind of manage those projects. And it's something that Littleton did this past year. In fact, I think Member Anderson has been on the Tri-Cities group with their management fellow, who is doing extremely high-level work at a relative low cost, because this is a term position that would turn over. And if it works well, we might propose it in a future year. But right now, we really just want to see how it might work.
Thank you.
Member Russell?
Along those same lines, if we had to tighten our belts, is this something we could do without?
Right. When we look at staffing, when we're tasked with reducing the budget quickly, we will be looking at temporary employees. This is a term employee, so absolutely this would be one of those. We would be looking at seasonal, we would be looking at part-time. So we're gonna do our best always to really do everything we can to preserve our full-time employees and our part-time benefited employees. But definitely we would be looking at this for something that could be cut quickly.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
No further questions, Director Loh.
This is Finance Department's ongoing requests and one time, and City Clerk's Office ongoing enhancements and a one time. Okay, move on. So Information Technology Department, they are going to have, we're going to add a one network engineer share with utilities and IT, and you can see ongoing enhancements and a one time. Three departments, community development, public works, and police. Community development has all one-time projects. Public works will add one traffic engineer manager position. And for police, they have two ongoing. Other requests will be paid out of the bond proceeds. So this is a general fund impact. Also, Parks, Rec, Library, and Golf will convert two part-time employee, total two, to full-time with benefits. It's ongoing impact. And communications, we're going to convert currently the graphic design and copy work is being done by contractor. If we pay additional $50,000, we can hire a employee including benefits.
I would just add that it's actually a net gain of $1,000 in the analysis that communications did, because we're paying about $100,000 now outside. All that contract would be cut for 2024, and the position would be brought in-house.
So is this bringing the quarterly in-house? Is this what this is, or?
This is primarily
Or the
that
citizen, I
funding
should
does
say.
go to graphic design for the magazine, which is very labor intensive, but we think we can do that better and still get additional resources for other parts of the organization.
Thank you, City Manager Lewis. Member Russell.
Thank you. And maybe I didn't see this right, but converting two part-time positions in the library to full-time, didn't we have 4 part-time people, or did I see that incorrectly?
Thank you, Councilmember Russell. We are converting 4 part-time positions to 2 full-time positions. So the additional would be for the benefits.
So, but does that mean 2 people are going to lose their jobs?
No, it'll be as we lose those part-time individuals, those positions would then be filled.
Okay, but so we're gonna put 2 of the part-time to full-time, and then we'll still have 2 part-time for right now.
So we have, I believe, 18 total part-time positions, might be a little less than that. So 4 part-time positions will be converted to 2 full-time positions. We're finding our full-time staff tend to stay with us much longer. In fact, we haven't really had much turnover, any turnover with full-time staff, but part-time is turning over quickly.
Okay, but most of that's in the library.
That's all
correct?
library.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought.
Yes,
All right, thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Go ahead, Director Loh.
This is just our contingency and centralized program. We just put $1 million to implement the class income result. And they'll have a one-time for city clerk's office to manage document scanning. It's a 5-year project, $37,000 for 2024. This concludes the enhancements for the general fund. Do you have any questions about any of those?
Anything else, Council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just one piece of feedback. I know we're always asking you to adjust the way you report things, but speaking to my earlier question about IT, I think it would be helpful for me if personnel costs were separated out from other ongoing costs so that I could see what these staff members were actually going to cost us on an ongoing basis. It's a little less, it I think improves my judgment to understand how we're making program enhancements and how we're making personnel enhancements and what the cost difference is between those.
Yes, we certainly can. The total personnel for the new position for 1 full-time fellow in city manager's office and 1 full-time customer service assistant was part-time now. Information technology, utility department for the shared network engineer, public works, the 1 full-time staff, and communication for the conversion of contractor to 1 full-time, plus the 2 library conversion. The total cost for new position or repurposed position are approximately $378,000 per year, including benefits.
I should have known you had that number out.
Oh, no, the handout, the notes did not give you the dollar amount, but I can do the math for you.
Thank you.
So Mayor Pro Tem, I guess going back, so I guess the second slide after we get to the transition slide where basically the slide reads 2024 Department Summary of Proposed Enhancements, you would want to see, right now it's showing that there is 4 FTEs, but it doesn't give you the dollar amount. You would want to see that within this table.
Right, I think I would just insert a column between FTEs and ongoing that says FTE cost.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Any further questions? I think we're done with the general fund.
Yeah. This is the proposed enhancement for other funds, including open space, water, sewer, stormwater, SURF, and employee benefits. Ongoing and a one-time. Next slide is enhancements for open space. This is a detail explaining what is included in the ongoing column and a one-time. Serve. No question? Okay. Ready to talk about CIP request? Okay. Just refresh everyone's memory. The funding for the Public Improvement Fund is approximately $5 million annually. The funding sources are vehicle use tax, building use tax, and Arapahoe County road and bridge tax. And we broke down the CIP request by projects, one-time project or ongoing program. Simply put, the capital projects, if we take out the IT request for batch system and new phone system, most of the one-time capital projects are related to infrastructure. Now, what is the recurring programs? They are O&M operation and maintenance and repairs. So if we can break down the one-time project for infrastructure, recurring, actually for O&M, it might be easier for council make decision. And also, when staff presented the request, it's in the next slide, staff members did incorporate the feedback from the following boards, commissions, and committees. And conversely, when the boards, committees, and commissions submit their proposal recommendation to council, they incorporate the feedback from staff. So this is a process between the staff and the boards, commissions, and committees. This want to give you the fund balance for the Public Improvement Fund, Capital Projects Fund, and Police Building Construction, the Bond Proceeds Fund. After we spend down the money for the over $9 million request, you can see the fund balance for Public Improvement Fund, estimated fund balance for 2024. And this is another way to present the one-time and ongoing. If the total 9.2 million of that 5.4 million is for ongoing, is basically for O&M, operation maintenance, that consists approximately 60% of our total requests are for O&M. Only 40% requests related to the one-time infrastructure capital projects. This is slide I want to review with council. You can see the PG stand for program, recurring program. PJ stand for project, the fund, PIF, the Public Improvement Fund, and Capital Project Fund. And tier 1, staff just recommend the tier 1. So of all the projects, I can further break this down for council. Their summary requests are non-discretionary. For example, the concrete utility city share, that's not discretionary. We just have to pay for our portion. And also the Dartmouth traffic calming grant match and Oxford Avenue pedestrian bridge developer match, those are non-discretionary. We just have to do our part. And then we have a discretionary request. Any recurring, you can see PG for like alley maintenance is basically for O&M. Council can determine, I will eliminate funding, I will reduce the funding, or I will delay the funding for you. And all the one time you can see that's truly infrastructure-related capital project, except IT for HR workforce management tool, and for our badge system, $725,000, and the phone system, $500,000. They are IT related, not infrastructure related. So just want to, and also all the changes since our June presentation are highlighted in red. If council want to move some tier 2, tier 3 projects to this mixed, that's certainly fine. And when we review the matrix in June, I highlighted a few projects that are funded for recommended by staff, also P&Z and a BAC, such as Union Avenue Bridge rehab, Union Avenue repaving, but definitely recommended dollar amount is different. And road and bridge material for in-house projects. So we did have some overlapping projects recommended by staff and BAC and P&Z. Just dollar amounts are different. So we're asking for council for your consideration to allocate $4.2 million from unassigned fund balance to fund all the project requested here, or council has different directive.
Member Noonan-Camp?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation so far. I have a couple questions about how we're presenting the information and the inputs. So one, it would be helpful, you just mentioned a couple of discretionary versus non-discretionary allocations that we need to make here. That's not called out in the way that we're presenting the table. So clarification on like where does money need to go versus what is more movable would be very helpful if we can do that for the next time around. And then in the matrix that was re-upped to council today, there is not the recommendations of the BAC, P&Z, or ETAC. And so I'm wondering if in the PDF that was sent, I'm wondering if we can get that.
It's included in, it's not included in the presentation and appendix.
I didn't see it, but we can maybe get there and I can be wrong. I would love to be wrong.
Okay.
And then the last thing I wanted to ask was about the prioritization tool. It's the very last slide in this. Those scores, or where can we find how each project has scored based on the prioritization tool?
Yeah, that tool was used by internal review committee as a newly created committee by staff. They didn't recommend it, but using the tool. But this tool, the concept was introduced to the boards, commissions, committees after April's council meeting, but they did not have a chance to embrace that tool due to the timing constraint. Second, we hired a consultant from Stantec to review the tool, the process, a time requirement about our CIP. So I think the city manager office is going to present the result recommended by the consultant sometime later this year.
So we will get the scores then?
Yes, and it was an oversight. I've been speaking with Deputy City Manager Dodd that you didn't get all of those scores, but you did get the aggregate. But we will in September have all of those scores for you.
So in the matrix where it says director's prioritization, is that the aggregate score, or it's not in the matrix at all?
No, the only group that use the ranking tool is internal staff. We want to test the tool and the process, but the staff incorporate the comment from boards, commissions, and committees to prepare this list. And the ranking tool, the tool itself, the process, is really the best tool. For example, for the board, commission, committee, do we want to force or encourage them to use the ranking tool? Is your thought process? Or do we want to give them the freedom to review our CIP list from their perspective? So we get a very diversified perspective. So we haven't made decision about this ranking tool process until we hear from the a consultant, and the city manager office will give you overall recommendation from the consultant, probably a few options for you to consider, or even from council's input. What do you think about the ranking tool, the process?
That's helpful because I'm actually much more concerned about council's use than I am about boards and commissions, because it's an objective tool that allows council to make objective decisions across the entire organization rather than department by department. If we have a lot of high priority items all in one department, but they're the most critical, that will help us make decisions rather than trying to spread everything out a little bit piecemeal, maybe not make as much impact. So I do find, since we requested that, something that I would like to incorporate into the decision before we vote on this. Thanks.
Member Russell?
Thank you. And I appreciate Councilmember Noonenkamp's questions, because when I saw, it looks like that staff overruled some of the direction of the Budget Advisory Committee and of P&Z. And so, I mean, those P&Z is in the charter and Budget Advisory Committee, and if we're not going to use them, I know that in the past, P&Z has been really frustrated at council because a lot of times we don't even listen to them to begin with. And we have to listen to them because that's part of the process designed in the charter. But I think that it's important that we follow what the charter says too, especially as the city council. I mean, I noticed in my notes, and probably as we go farther, there were several things that the board and commissions recommended, but staff didn't. And it ended up, the budget goes the direction staff directed it. And so I think that that's something we need to consider. And the one thing, you know, you said back here on the, like non-discretionary, so like the Dartmouth calming, the non-discretionary part is the amount we have to pay. What if we decided we don't want traffic circles on Dartmouth? Then we wouldn't accept the grant money either. Do we still have to come up with that money even if we chose not to do the traffic circles?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if we have received the grant for that and we can return the grant back, then we don't need to have the match.
Great question, Councilmember. So we could potentially return the grant back, but we have expended some funds in design. And so depending on how those match dollars were allocated, I could look into that. We would be out of pocket the design cost.
Right, so the money we've already spent, we're out of pocket that. Would we be out of pocket for more money if we decided we didn't want to do that?
Typically, you'd only be out of pocket for what you spent.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yes, ma'am. So, thank you. And then I just have one other question. This goes back to the previous slide on the police building construction fund. It shows that sources of income, it's $50,000. Why is there money going into that every year? I mean, that's in, you know, column E, which is 2023, but then it shows $50,000 in 2024 also. I mean, the building is done. Why is money still going in there? And where is it coming from?
Yeah, let me see if Budget Administrator Nolan is online, if she can answer this question.
Thank you.
Hi, Jackie. Good question, Councilmember Russell. That 50,000 is an estimated amount set as a placeholder for interest income on the funds that are currently in that fund. And so it is, because it hasn't been completely drawn down, that excess money is earning interest.
Okay, so there's like 2.8 million
Yes.
in there that's earning interest. Okay,
That's
and
correct.
Do we have scheduled to spend that?
Good question. Yes, we did it. Some of the police department's enhancements are, we use the bond proceeds to pay for those, like one time for, based on the ballot measure language.
Okay, so on the ballot measure language, could any of that money be spent on the things that, we added? Or if we needed more police officers, could that money be spent there? Maybe not, because of the ballot language on where the money came from.
It's very broad. I think we talk about this if we could, but it's not it's recurring. If we
Okay.
want to hire an officer, it's just,
that.
it's a fixed amount.
Right.
Right, and
Okay.
if I could jump in, sorry. That is not an eligible expense, and I believe, Chief Watson, you are online. Can you address that? Or get ready to address that? What we are spending, those funds are on the one-time items that were specifically outlined in the ballot language, when that bond was passed. And so we very strictly follow, exactly what can and can't be spent out of that fund. But I will have to say that we have used it to essentially supplement what the general fund would otherwise be having to spend towards the police department and those capital and one-time costs.
Thank you, City Manager.
So Director Loh, just so I'm clear here, so the 4.22 million that, in addition to the 5 million that's being requested, that number is already taken into consideration from what we discussed earlier as part of the unassigned fund balance, correct?
Correct.
So we still have, where's that slide at? So there's still, what was the number?
4 million.
Over the 16.7% of revenues, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were already capturing that number based off of what we discussed earlier.
Yeah.
Thank you, Director Loh.
Are there any projects here council will absolutely not fund? Or will reduce the funding? Like some are recurring, we have a fund balance, but
Yep.
we may have contingency requests.
Member Russell and then Member Anderson.
Thank you. So, I definitely would like to see the Dartmouth Calming Project go away. It is not gonna work. Those intersections are too small. Dartmouth is a through street from University all the way to Federal. And I don't wanna see traffic calming there. I would like for that one to go away. The other question that I have is on the ongoing how many projects are we funding that are taking away money from actual capital improvements that need to be done? I mean, I don't want to get us to the point that we're spending the 5 million allocated to fund ongoing staff projects that should be coming out of the general fund ultimately.
Great question. That's exactly, we're using, some of the recurring O&M should be funded by general fund, not a capital improvement fund. But this has been our practice for many, many years, but at least we're going to move forward to that direction. Let's have a very honest conversation. How many are O&M? 60% request, 40% is infrastructure related capital. But we don't have a dedicated funding for those recurring projects. This is the first time last year, thanks to council support and our residents, to approve dedicated funding for police and for recurring road, street maintenance. So that's definitely something we could continue considering. Do we have enough dedicated funding for O&M? But we are moving to that direction, have a very transparent presentation to break this down.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Whatever council wants to do, but I would love to remove the Dartmouth Calming Project, and if we want to put something else in there, fine. But I would like to see that removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Anderson?
Overall, I like this list and am definitely supportive of continuing with the Dartmouth traffic calming, as a majority of council had voted previously to do that project. I would like to continue to do that project. I guess the one question I have is that there's no line item in here for The walk and wheel plan, I do see, I'm always looking for walkability. Obviously, we have the Oxford Avenue pedestrian bridge, which contributes to walkability. I don't see anything for bike, in terms of bike lanes. What are we doing to move that forward?
It's tier two. If council will revisit the matrix submitted in June as part of council communication, if I remember correctly, none of the board commission committee recommend this project except back. But Director Racheal, please.
Or Director Power regarding walk and wheel, either one of you.
And I guess I would be curious if the Oxford Avenue Bridge is in the walk, that is obviously a walkability, but I don't know if it's actually technically in the plan.
Yeah, so I can speak to components of that. So the Oxford Ped Bridge is in there as a tier one because we have grant dollars at the table. And there's a developer contribution anticipated, not guaranteed, of course, pending development. As far as being part of walk and wheel, generally, yes, it is. And Director Loh is correct. It did shake out as more a tier two based on feedback from several of the boards and commissions.
Okay, I would be interested in doing more there. I'm not sure what we would, what we'd take off. I need to think a little bit more about that, if there's other council support for moving some of that forward. I also know that a part of some of the grant funded, or some of the grants we had, I think there was the South Broadway Complete Streets. Is that project still moving forward? Do we have, we got a grant approved for that, but is that not in this next year's budget? Because I think there was some bike lanes associated with that.
Yeah, that is a capital project, and there are bike lanes. It's off system. The bike lanes aren't on Broadway. It's in a parallel network, given the volumes on Broadway, and design is getting going on that at this time.
Okay, so that project is currently
it's in the works.
So that would be, I think it's Sherman where those bike lanes would be. Okay, so I may be satisfied with what we have currently active, and especially with the pedestrian bridge.
And
Go
if
ahead,
I can
City
just,
Manager Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could just add, the Old Hamden Complete Streets project is another one that's very much part of the walk and wheel plan. So both of those together over the next 2 years should make a significant impact on walkability and bikeability.
Yeah, I think it sounds like we're actually moving forward with quite a bit that's within the plan, so I'm satisfied with that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
One of the things that I'm particularly focused on is honoring the trust that our residents placed in us when they voted to increase our budget by roughly $3 million in November. Specifically the $2 million towards street maintenance. I can see roughly $2 million in projects that are on this in various places. My question to you is, how does this year's budget or the proposed 2024 budget for street maintenance and repair compare to what we did last year? And have we actually added $2 million to capital that we didn't have access to before in order to honor the voters' request to increase service on that?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Great question. So for this year, for 2023, we did bring forward that change order last council meeting. We're expanding the paving based on unit agreed to cost price. Some small fluctuation there for the top course. However, we have added a significant amount of Broadway to the contract that was not originally anticipated in an effort to realize that budget influx for 2023. We have not completed the analysis for 2024, but we will be growing our network and the various components there, whether it's maintenance or replacement of that top course mill and overlay and slurry seal based on the road condition index. So the 2024 plan hasn't come forward yet, but we do look to expend all of those funds in that capacity.
So if I hear you correctly, it sounds like we can expect another supplemental at some point in 2024 to cover for those additional programs?
Each program will come forward with its own set of network based on our pavement maintenance and the zones. So we'll bring forward a contract next year, hopefully earlier than this year, so we have more time in the warmer months to accomplish all of these various maintenance aspects on our roadways, and they should account for that influx. This year we brought that change order. Next year the goal is to have a complete package that expends all those funds up front without a change order later in the process.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Member Anderson and then Member Noonan-Camp.
Is that the pavement maintenance, is that not a part of the capital projects fund? That would be a separate fund or a part of the general fund then, because it's not reflected in here specifically?
So you have the pavement maintenance by area.
Okay.
Sorry, I need to get my eyes checked. Line 6, I believe.
Oh, okay, I see it now. Okay. Thank you.
Member Noonan-Camp.
I just want to provide a little bit more clarity on this point and make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Because the voters approved the sales tax increase, we have dedicated funding for that project, so it doesn't all have to come out of the CIP anymore. So that's why we're actually not seeing a larger number here, because we're paying it out of a different fund, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I would just add that this year, we're running on an estimate. This is the first year we're seeing that increase. Working with finance, we estimated that to be roughly 1.9 million. So this year will kind of give us a better indication for next year on budget. Is that on target, a little over, a little under, and we'll adjust accordingly in the 2024 pavement maintenance plan.
Thank you. Director Racheal, since you're up there, regarding the East Armand traffic calming, since you called yourself a traffic nerd earlier, is there any reason to believe that that won't work moving forward based off of your analysis, or just what experts have discussed regarding East Dartmouth?
Right, so the traffic calming there, originally there were 3 intersections that were part of the project. They went through a detailed analysis. Traffic circles or roundabouts, as we prefer to call them, change the angle of entrance into the intersection. So you're not entering as a vehicle at a right angle. 2 of the 3 intersections on the outsides had a higher accident rate of right angle collisions that would be mitigated by a roundabout. We've run into some funding challenges. We came to council, I think a few months ago, noting that we were going to drop the middle intersection due to funding. CDOT has actually come to the table with additional money to complete the project on 2 of the 3 and move those forward. So design is complete now. It's under review by CDOT. They will include what's called a truck apron. One of the challenges that we see with roundabouts are trucks getting through there. As Councilmember Russell mentioned, it is a thoroughfare. We have larger vehicles going through, school buses, 18-wheelers, of course, fire trucks would need to get through there. The design would account for all that. They are tight, so we are trying to mitigate and make sure there are no impacts to private property. There will be some necessary construction easements to construct the roundabouts and the sidewalks and the handicap ramps and splitter islands that are there. Based on the current designs, our engineers are telling us it will handle the traffic volume. The truck apron in the center will be utilized. Larger vehicles will have to track over the island, and that'll be accounted for in the design.
Thank you, Director Racheal. Go ahead, Member Russell.
So the one thing I've talked to people, bicycle riders particularly, because there are bike lanes on that street and it's pretty narrow, and that traffic circles are a nightmare for bicyclists and for pedestrians. And I think that creates a problem. I mean, one of the people on the Budget Advisory Committee is a bicycle rider and said the bicycles are not going to go down to the crosswalk to get across. They're going to try to go in the traffic circle. And I think that if you got some bicycle riders to come and testify, I think you would find out that they would not be in favor of those either. So I do think it is something that we need to consider. And I think part of the problem there with the accidents too is now that there's bicycle lanes there, you can't turn right. And so you can still turn left. The street really isn't wide enough. And definitely when you get west of Broadway, the street is even narrower than it is east of Broadway. So the other problem is Logan and Downing are 2 main thoroughfares that come all the way from downtown Denver. And so during rush hour, those are major arterial streets They're not just a through neighborhood street. So I see that there are problems. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Actually, I'll just speak to the cyclist piece just because I ride quite a bit. There's a different type of cyclist. So me as a road cyclist, I will be using the roundabout. I think when we were looking at the designs, I think there was a way for a pedestrian and other cyclists, more recreational riders, children, that type of thing, that they would be using kind of like an on-ramp within on the outside of the actual road, which both should be safer in the sense that we're slowing down the speed of the vehicles. So as a cyclist, I do plan on using both. I can understand some of the initial, not being familiar with how a roundabout would work, but over time, I think people are going to be a little bit more comfortable with it. But I have heard from other cyclists that they won't feel as comfortable within the roundabouts. But, I think that's just personal preference in terms of just how you ride. But I think you're always going to hear, differing opinions on whether or not they like roundabouts or not. But Member Noonekamp and then Member Anderson.
I'm about to change the topics. I'm happy to leave it on Dartmouth.
Let's leave it.
Well,
I have a comment on the bike.
All right, go ahead.
I would just say I feel much, the one roundabout I have a fair bit of familiarity with on my bike is the one on Cherokee, and I feel much safer going through that intersection than a four-way light stop actually. So I think the roundabouts will be very safe and comfortable for bicyclists.
Thank you, Member Anderson.
Mayor, if I
Go ahead.
If you don't mind, if I could speak that just real quick. So you are correct. We have what's called slip lanes outside of the roundabout. So cyclists have the option. It's not a requirement. The bike lane essentially ends. You get on a slip lane. And we have a mixing zone. So the sidewalk is wider between the two bike slip ramps. That's so pedestrians and bikes can both be on there and have more room. As a cyclist, depending on the traffic load, certain folks are certainly going to be comfortable getting into the roundabout. With children and a family, I'm not sending my kids through there. We're taking the sidewalk. We are looking at additional enhancements of putting rectangular rapid flashing beacons, RRFBs, which you see right outside City Center here. If you're crossing the road, they're pedestrian activated. You touch the button and they have a wig-wag light that lights up to let folks know, hey, there's pedestrians going to be crossing. And then we try and incorporate the splitter islands also to provide a small refuge if necessary. But pedestrians should be able to cross using those enhancements, as well as cyclists that use that crossing.
Thank you, Director Racheal. You may now change the subject.
Sorry.
Thank you. Before I do, I will just say I still support that project. I supported it when I voted yes on the design, and I haven't seen any evidence to make me change my mind. So happy to see it go forward. I have a question about a Tier 2 project, and it's the service center facility replacement. As we think about every year trying to do what we can with the money we have, sometimes I look at the big price tags and what are the things that we keep putting off that are going to cost a lot eventually, and that is one of them. We've seen it before. It keeps kind of getting pushed down the list. What if we don't put money towards it again this year? How confident are we that we have a plan to fulfill that need when it comes?
From a need standpoint, the service center, I would say, is operational. We are not, in my opinion, using the space to its maximum capacity. Some of that has to do with the layout, and without substantial investment to change that layout, we're not going to be able to maximize that space. There are some opportunities that we're certainly looking at the moment to make improvements out there. But it is, as you noted, it is a large price tag. We are able to use the facility to get the jobs done today. There's probably a more efficient way to do that. But again, it's a pretty significant capital investment.
Will we get to a place where it does not become operational for us in the near term, or is it not ideal but fine, or will we actually get to a point where we need to replace it and wish we had been saving up for it for several years?
Yeah, I think you're seeing some of those cracks starting to form. You might recall Director Van Rye presented recently some modifications to utilities. They're on the complex with us. They're investing some money to modify a building they're using to add office space. As our teams continue to grow, we want them to be efficient. Public Works actually has staff members, as does utilities and trailers. We're trying to move those folks around a little bit. And we're continuing to have to invest in other things. Our heavy lift, for instance, in the bays that we use for vehicle maintenance went out, so we purchased a different kind of lift so we can service heavy vehicles. So we'll continue to invest where necessary to keep it operational. But there is probably a cost break-even point on how much longer do we want to continue to do that. I know there was some discussion in the past on City Center and maybe some dominoes that may move that ball forward.
Great. Well, I will just say for me, I would much rather have a plan in place for how we're going to tackle a $15 million project in advance before we need it in the next couple of years, because it's going to take us some time to get there. And so I hope we're thinking about that now for the future, even if we do have a few more years of functionality.
Don't see any further questions, Director Racheal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else regarding tier 1, tier 2s, and tier 3s?
Okay, this concludes our discussion about CIP. Thank you for your questions, input. Then the last piece for the presentation tonight is overview of the fund balance for each fund. You can see governmental funds, including special revenue funds, debt service. We're going to allocate $500,000 from the fund balance for general fund to conservation trust fund. You can see the proposed source of $922,000 of that, $400,000, $500,000 from general fund. You can see the fund balance for each fund. Want to make sure after the proposed spending for 2024, estimated sources for the fund, you can see the estimated fund balance. This enterprise funds for water, sewer, stormwater, golf, and internal service is our civic center, SURF, risk management, employee benefits. Okay, any questions about other funds?
I don't see any further questions, Director Loh.
Okay, thank you. We are going to print the proposed budget and we'll give a copy to council member. Then we'll wait for public hearing. Thank you.
Sounds great. Director Loh, thank you very much for all the work that you put into this, and thank you for the discussion. All right, everyone, I think we are now on to the executive session. So I move to go into executive session tonight for the discussion of a personnel matter under CRS section 246402-4F1 for the purpose of annual employment reviews of our city attorney and our city manager. Present at the executive session are the following persons: Mayor Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Stephen Ward, Councilmember Rita Russell, Joe Anderson, Chelsea Noonenkamp, Jim Woodward, PK. It's been too long tonight. Is it Kolnick? It's blank on my sheet. City Manager Sean Lewis and City Attorney Tamara Niles. I had it written down, just not in front of me. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Kolnick?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show, 7 ayes.
We will now exit this meeting and reconvene in the community room on the second floor. First, or should we just start with Tamara? Yeah. I don't think that's how it works, yeah. Tamara, you'll be first. All right, everyone, we are now back. The time is now 11:44 and the executive session has been concluded. Present at the executive session are the following persons: Mayor Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Stephen Ward, Councilmember Rita Russell, Joe Anderson, Chelsea Noonkamp, Jim Woodward, and PJ Kolnick. God. City Manager Sean Lewis, City Attorney Tamara Niles. I move to close the executive session. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Member Anderson, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Kolnick?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show, 7 ayes.
Thank you. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. All right, seeing none, I guess the only thing I wanted to mention for council members' choice is I think everyone's aware, but we had the annual joint council study session at South Platte Renew this Thursday. PJ, you probably didn't know about that, but we will be meeting at 7:30, but it starts at 8 o'clock, right? So, but no, just want to make everyone aware, the public is invited as well. So hope to see you there. Anyone else for council members' choice? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I would just like to say that the state of the court has a meeting on Thursday also from 5:30 to 7:30 right here in the court. So I intend to go, and the public is invited as well. Thank you.
For that reminder, Member Russell. Member Woodward.
Yeah, I would like to bring back the pet store ordinance that we went through, and we didn't have enough people to pass it, basically, but I'd like to bring it back up to with council and get a revote on that.
I believe that has to be done by somebody on the.
No,
That's
the
not-
city attorney says different.
Go ahead, City
Since
Attorney
it was-
Niles.
So this isn't a motion for reconsideration. A
Oh,
motion
okay.
for reconsideration has to be at the same meeting or the next meeting and brought by the winning side, if you will. But our municipal code specifically says that nothing in that requirement prohibits city council from bringing the ordinance back up at a later date. So I had advised Councilmember Woodward to bring it back up at council member's choice to determine if there's a consensus to put it on the next agenda or a future agenda.
Go ahead, Member Anderson.
And I would speak of that, just saying I'd be fine with it. I was not happy that we had a 5-person council and ordinance was defeated with two votes. And I don't think that's the way it should be. So even though I was not, I voted against that one, I'd be happy to see it come back.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I'm in favor of bringing it forward. I wasn't there that evening, so I'd be happy to reconsider it. Anyone in the minority on that? Or anyone disagree with that? All right. Guess we'll find time for it on the mayor-manager meeting this Wednesday.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Anyone else? Seeing none. All right, everyone. City Manager's report.
Sorry, Mayor, I do have one item. Per the code with regard to emergency expenditures, I do need to notify you as soon as practical about the cost of an emergency expenditure, which is the sinkhole. We have gotten the estimate for that, the total estimate of $850,000. We do have on-call rates that we're using, which we're lucky to have those because they're good rates through American West. We are pursuing FEMA funds for that. Going back and forth a bit with the county with regard to how we spent that money, but think we can have a good shot at that. And we do have cash in hand in the stormwater fund to pay for that, but we will need to do some splitting of the costs. There are some roadway costs that'll come out of the Public Works operations and maintenance budget. That'll be about an 80-20 split between stormwater at 80%, Public Works at 20%. So we'll be bringing a purchase order to you all in September, and we'll have a little bit more information then.
Thank you, City Manager Lewis. Anything else?
No.
Any questions from members of council? All right. And with that, our meeting is now adjourned. Everyone have a good evening. Maybe I'll see you guys Thursday. Thank you.